The rest of the afternoon, we are crossing live to Wembley Way just after the news at midday with Matt Bailey and the team. And that's where the build-up starts, with all of the people, all of the fans, all of your pre-match, and then you'll not miss a single second with the live commentary. Thank you so much for taking part in the show today. I will catch you soon. Have a good one. How are the lads?
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
play BBC Radio Newcastle,
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
With your news at midday, here's Chris Middleton.
Thanks, Chris. Good afternoon. Well, it all comes down to this. Newcastle United are within touching distance of their first trophy in 54 years. Eddie Howe's side take on Manchester United in the League Cup final at Wembley this afternoon. It's their first final since 1999, when the same two teams met in the FA Cup. Newcastle legend Alan Shearer captained the side in that match.
One of the best things I took from it is that as soon as you leave the hotel, that coach journey from the hotel to Wembley, and then the closer you get to Wembley, the sea of black and white fans and the chanting and the scarves, and it is just incredible. And I remember that sending a shiver down my spine, thinking, this is just unbelievable. That'll probably be the only time I wish that I could put my boots back on.
And from one Newcastle captain to another, the current captain, Kieran Trippier, is used to playing at Wembley for England in big games. He says the whole team knows this is a massive match.
Many players have not played at Wembley, for example. It's a different feel when you're there. You know, I've been lucky enough to play a Euros final there, play for England there. But yeah, you know, questions like that. Everyone's just excited. Everyone's relaxed, calm, and just really looking forward to the final. As I said before, it's amazing for the city, the club. And yeah, I hope everyone has a good time.
And we, of course, will have every kick live here on BBC Radio Newcastle, starting with a special show up next, live from Wembley Way. Then full match commentary follows at 4:30. In other news, a boat carrying migrants has sunk off the southern coast of mainland Italy, killing at least 44 people. Bodies have been recovered from a beach in Calabria, and a search and rescue operation is ongoing. The boat was carrying people from countries including Iran, Pakistan and Afghanistan. The BBC's Europe regional editor, Danny Aberhand, says Italy is no stranger to these incidents.
There's an island called Lampedusa, which is close to the Libyan and Tunisian coast. That's one area. Often boats are rescued in the Mediterranean before they get close to the mainland. This one, and the area that the migrants are from, suggests it could have perhaps come not from the North African coastline, but from further east, from the eastern Mediterranean, from Turkey. We don't have information on that.
The union representing senior civil servants, the FDA, has asked the Health and Safety Executive to launch an investigation into allegations of bullying by government ministers. The FDA claims that the problem is widespread across departments. The government says it doesn't tolerate bullying, harassment or discrimination. The government's hinted that politicians in Northern Ireland could be given new powers as part of a fresh deal on post-Brexit trading arrangements. The Deputy Prime Minister, Dominic Raab, said the UK was on the cusp of securing a new settlement with Brussels, involving less strenuous customs checks on goods travelling from the British mainland to Northern Ireland. The BBC's political correspondent, Ione Wells, says any vote on a deal could face opposition.
Depending what is in that final deal, there could well be some rebellions, there could be some Conservative MPs as well as DUP MPs who are still unhappy with certain elements of the deal. But one thing that is potentially in the government's favour here, although it would be a bit of a political embarrassment perhaps for them, is that the main opposition party, Labour, have said that they would back any deal because they argue that it is better than the alternative.
Millions of pounds have been invested in drug and alcohol treatment and recovery in County Durham and Darlington, aimed at tackling addiction and cutting crime. The government money is to help recruit more staff to help people dealing with addiction, provide support to prison leavers and improve the quality of treatments. Around £7.2 million will be invested in County Durham, with a further £1.5 million for Darlington. And finally, in sport, Sunderland lost 2-1 away to Coventry City in the Championship at the CBS Arena yesterday. It's the second defeat in 2 games for the Black Cats and the 11th of the season. Manager Tony Mowbray thinks they need to be more clinical in attack.
Keep moving forward, keep trying to keep them believing really that there's plenty good about what we're doing. I don't sit here and think, oh, we got beaten by a better team today and we just have to accept it. And because I think with the games coming, we will win plenty of games if we perform to a level, but we have to add the clinical edge.
And that's the latest BBC Radio Newcastle news. I'm Chris Middleton.
It's Wembley Day.
Hurry the lads!
Good afternoon, this is Matt on BBC Radio Newcastle, live from Wembley Way on the day that Newcastle United fans have been waiting for 24 years. Yes, the Toon Army are back in a major final at Wembley for the first time since 1999 as they take on Manchester United in the League Cup. It's a chance for Eddie Howe and his team to bring the success the fans and the city so desperately desire. A chance to end the 54-year wait for a trophy. A chance to create history. What a journey it has been this season, and we have been with you every single step of the way. Cast your mind back. It all started before the season even kicked off with a prediction from our Newcastle United commentator, Matthew Raisbeck.
And I've got a really good feeling about these predictions. For the League Cup, well, I've thought long and hard about it, and I'm going to back them to do it.
How far can they go? What can they do?
They probably haven't had a better chance for a long time of winning a cup, and I'm going to say Newcastle will be League Cup winners.
So here we go then, Newcastle United away to Tranmere Rovers of League Two as they start their journey in this season's League Cup. Trippier in swinger, headed in! Oh, yeah. And it's Chris Wood who has scored the goal. They are through to round 3 of the League Cup, coming from behind to beat League Two Tranmere Rovers.
Yeah, well, it's another full house here tonight as Palace arrive with a place in the last 16 of the League Cup at stake.
Pope with outstretched arms, touching the crossbar. Aboué left-footed, save! And Newcastle United win. Pope, the hero, with 3 spot kicks saved. Newcastle United are back for a place in the quarter-finals of the League Cup for only the 10th time in the club's history. Almiron takes over and then gives it back to Trippier. Great ball in, header off the defender, it's an own goal from a Bournemouth defender, and Kieran Trippier's brilliant cross caused problems that they just couldn't deal with.
Tough game, certainly a lot of stuff for us to take from the game and reflect on.
I think we've got a good chance of winning it this year, I think, if we really dig in.
It will be Leicester who kick off in the quarter-finals of the League Cup. Joe Wellington and Byrne in the area, Dan Byrne! Newcastle United goal, and it's a huge goal from the giant defender.
Can't really remember it, to be honest. I was just sprinting and finally ran out of pitch, so I had to do something, so just took the knee slide in. But it's good because all my family sit in that box and stuff as well, so I'm just buzzing.
And through for Joe Wellington, who could be in for number 2, and Joe Wellington has doubled the lead. Newcastle United have reached a semi-final.
It's the first time the Magpies have made it through to the semi-finals of the League Cup since 1976, and they're going for their first trophy in more than 50 years.
Absolutely ecstatic. I was at the 76 final when we lost to Man City, so it would be quite emotional for me if we did go back and finally win it.
And Southampton's semi-final will be against Newcastle.
I think it'll still be a very difficult game, but as long as we can come away from there not down on goals, you've got a fantastic opportunity at home.
Isak takes it, turns, breaks into the area away from Chaleta Sarr, and rolls across and turned in! And this time, it's into the net from Joe Wellington. Full-time whistle blown. They've won the first leg, Newcastle, by 1-0.
I think Eddie Howe's doing a brilliant job, and I've never been sat here for donkey's years. I mean, I'm nearly 70, and I've been through good and bad times. But to see what's going on now, you're just full of hope, and it's enjoyment again.
Look at Wembley, and that's it.
Joe's been on the WhatsApp as well.
This is Joe up here in the Scottish borders. Come on, they're 2 in the night. Let's get it. Come on.
Newcastle United legend Lee Clark.
The atmosphere is going to be electric. It's half-time or 1-0 up. It can be heroes. This can be the group of players that get talked about forever.
St James's Park is boisterous and believing
Lee, well, hopefully we see pictures of you dancing in a fountain in London. That's what we want, yeah?
I mean, dancing's terrible. Nobody wants it. I wouldn't put anyone through that.
Scarves are back out. Here come the flags.
Oh, Newcastle's definitely going to win.
Any message for the team if they're listening right now?
Come on, the lads.
They've done it. They're going to Wembley.
This is how it sounded last night.
Good morning. It's 6 minutes past 7. You probably want to go back to bed.
One of the lads that works under me, I can't come in because the schools are on strike, so I've got to look after the kid. I knew he was at the game last night, and I know for 100% guaranteed fact he doesn't have kids.
It's great to see smiling faces and happy people.
So happy, so proud. It's massive.
I'm happy. I'm going to get me suit measured. Come on, lads!
Well, the suits have been measured, the preparation has been done. All that stands between our boys and glory is one game of football under Wembley's famous arch. It is a cold day down here in London, but the atmosphere is electric. And as I stand here looking out across Wembley Way, the stadium just up the steps in the distance there, that famous arch above it, it is a sea of black and white weaving its way to Wembley, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of Newcastle fans, young and old.
I was actually born Fern Barracks. It's a stone throw from Newcastle's ground. I was meant to be a Newcastle supporter, and I'll die a Newcastle supporter. It's a marvellous experience when you see your club, all the people happy, you see tears, you see cheers, you see the lot. Up this part of the world, you know, we're a bit unique. We eat, sleep and drink football. First game, 1946. Crawled another turnstile, a naughty boy. Walked up the old Gallagher stairs. First of all, you get a churn in your stomach. Don't kid yourself, you do. The atmosphere, as a kid, it grabbed you, really grabbed you. And you had little kids sitting on the wall beside you, and their mouth open, seeing stars like the great Jackie Milburn thundering through the middle.
Curls that ball, but hit it. It's a goal! It's a beautiful goal there by Milburn.
I've been there twice at finals. It's a marvellous experience, which every person should do if they're a true black and white. In 1974, I travelled by train. It was noisy. There was some certain colourful language. There was gambling schools. There was beer flowing. But the atmosphere was electric, and this was before we got the game. We played a great side, Liverpool, and ironically, Kevin Keegan, who scored against us, he became one of our superheroes.
Here, chance for Keegan. Keegan scores. Liverpool lead.
I do remember the last time Newcastle won a trophy. It was against Uzbekistan. The first leg was over here. It was a packed 60-odd thousand. I was in the Gallagher end. You couldn't move your arms. It was raining lightly on our heads, and the steam of our bodies was above where we could see it rising upward. And great Bobby Montco He scored 2 goals for us. We went away, it was harder. We went behind, but we came back and we won the game. And they brought that lovely cup home.
So it's Bobby Monker, the captain of Newcastle United, receiving the Intercity Spurs Cup and showing it to the fans.
And Bobby Monker and the rest of the lads, throughout that game and throughout the ties previous, they played their hearts out as a team. Just like this side we have today under Eddie Howe. They're all together. There's nobody loves them more than me, and I'll continue to love them. I've loved them from virtually 8-year-old, from the first time I saw them, and I love them now and I'll always love them. If Newcastle win on Sunday, I can promise you now I'll be one of the many thousands of people that will be there to welcome them back. All I can say is live the moment, keep the faith, and success will come. I can feel it in me bones.
That is 85-year-old Alan Lilly from Lawfell. He's a lifelong Newcastle United fan, a regular caller at Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. And as you heard there from Alan, that passion of being a football fan never disappears throughout your life, echoing the thoughts and hopes of every member of the Toon Army today. And from Alan, who's 85, and I know he's listening to us at home in Gateshead today, to a couple of younger fans. I'm joined by Charlie, who's 11, and Stanley, who is 12, here down on Wembley Way. Stanley, you excited for the game today?
Yeah, super excited. It's just floods of Newcastle fans. Everybody's absolutely buzzing. The train was bouncing. Everybody's super excited.
Yeah, they absolutely are. You've got your black and white stripes on, Charlie. What's your thoughts about today's game? How are you feeling about getting in there and seeing the team play?
I think it'll be really good. I think the stadium, it'll be moving around. I think it'll be a good score. I think maybe Newcastle will get the upper hand. And come on the Toon.
Excellent. Now, Stanley, I know you had a premonition last night, didn't you? You had a dream last night about this game.
Yeah, I had a dream that I was 2-1 to Newcastle. Came away with a win, so I hope that comes true.
Amazing. Well, lads, I hope that does come true. I hope you get to see Newcastle lift the cup this afternoon and have a wonderful day. Do you want to give them a how are the lads?
How are the lads?
Wonderful. That is Stanley and Charlie down here on Wembley Way. Lots of fans now making their way down to the ground. We'll be chatting to them throughout the show today. I'm also joined by a man who not only is down here supporting Newcastle today and helping us through our experience here at Wembley, but also a man who walked out onto the Wembley pitch in 1998, Newcastle United legend Steve Howie. How are the memories? Are they all coming flooding back right now, Steve?
They come flooding back, but obviously, you know, we didn't manage to get across the line, which was disappointing. But it's nice to be down here. It's weird because I've been here a few times, but this is actually the first time I've been down here where I haven't been involved in some capacity or other, because it was either a final, a semi-final, or it was Euro 96 or with England. And I wasn't as nervous as what I am actually at this moment, so it's a bit weird.
I was about to say, how are the nerves? And you know, obviously a huge game for Newcastle. You know, a return to Wembley. I mean, the first time since 1999. It's massive, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, let's just hope it's the first of many in the coming years. I still feel as though the club very well is actually rebuilding very well, but I think it will get a lot better, a lot bigger, a lot stronger. So hopefully, as I said, this will be the first of many. I think we've got a very good team. I think it will be a difficult game, don't get me wrong. I think, you know, Man United are in decent form, let's be honest about that, but it's a one-off game, so, you know, who knows.
Absolutely. I mean, look, the Nick Pope situation, it's not been ideal going into the game and everything else, but, you know, there's a potential Marcus Rashford injury as well, and we don't quite believe it, but, you know, both teams are not without their problems this season.
Well, that's true. I mean, obviously, Man United have the problems. Ten Hag first went in, it was a bit of a struggle, but he has turned it around. And you have to say they're on form at the moment. Yeah, there's obviously speculation about Rashford. I would be very surprised if he's not fit. You know, he'll not want to miss this game either, purely because, first of all, it's a final, and second of all, he's in fantastic form. He's scoring goals. You know, he's kind of turned his form around. Because again, even him, like the club Manchester United, they were struggling, but they'll fancy themselves today. But as I said, I think Newcastle's got every chance. You know, we've got players that can score goals. I think there will be chances for Newcastle. It's just about putting them in the back of the net.
Absolutely, and obviously, you know, you're here, you're amongst the fans at the moment. Normally, when you were coming to Wembley as a player, you know, you were coming on that team bus, and we heard from Alan Shearer the other day when he was chatting to us and saying that incredible experience of when you get on the bus from the hotel and you come and you see the fans and the build-up. Do you still remember that moment?
Yeah, you do, because it's weird. As a kid, I used to watch, you know, Match of the Day on the BBC as growing up, and they used to have the camera on the bus. I mean, the signal wasn't that great because it kept on cutting out. But I can always remember as a kid thinking, wow, wouldn't that be amazing? And I've been lucky enough to actually do that. Even the semi-final, you know, the bus goes through all the fans, and you can see all the fans. Everybody's excited, everybody's hopeful, and again, these players will be experiencing that today. And it is kind of, that's why you feel very sorry for Nick Pope, because it's not very often in players' career you get the opportunity to play in a final at Wembley. But as I said, hopefully it's one of many, and he will be on the next one. But yeah, they are things which never leave you.
Absolutely. Well, Steve, enjoy the game today. Enjoy being on the other side of it today.
I will do. I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks so much, Steve Howie, Newcastle United legend there with us down here on Wembley Way. This is Matt, live on BBC Radio Newcastle, bringing you all the build-up ahead of today's game. Going to hear from a man who is no stranger to days like this. As I mentioned before, we spoke to Alan Shearer earlier in the week, and you'll be able to hear my chat with him later on the show. He's here as a fan today and enjoying the game like the rest of us. On top of that, we are going to be out and about, also following the footsteps of local lads Sean Longstaff and Dan Byrne, and of course hearing from many more fans here looking to enjoy what is going to be an incredible day for Newcastle United as they make their way into Wembley. That's all ahead of Simon Pryde, who'll be inside Wembley from 2:30, followed by full match commentary. Every single kick of Newcastle United against Manchester United right here on BBC Radio Newcastle.
family.
I'm not so sure about that.
There's Matt, the big brother of the family, and he knows how to romance the ladies.
The name's Matt Bailey, as in the drink, only smoother.
I'm surprised you married.
Anna is the trendy sister that always looks cool.
I've got quite hairy eyebrows.
Right.
They're a bit uncontrolled.
Jilly is the cousin who always likes a gossip.
Loose lips sink ships, isn't it? So don't tell Jill because she'll tell everybody.
And then there's Simon. Every family has one.
I would say people fantasise about Gary Bennett, I guess, don't they?
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. So, this is us. We'd love to be part of your family.
So I'll have to make sure that I've got socks on that match.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Live from Wembley, Matt Bailey, BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yes, this is Matt here on Wembley Way ahead of Newcastle's League Cup final with Manchester United this afternoon. Kick-off is 4:30, of course. You'll get full match commentary of that game with Razor and Ando. Ahead of that, all the build-up. I'm chatting to all the fans down here on Wembley Way, find out how they are enjoying their experience today. You can also still get in touch with us on the text, on the WhatsApp, if you want to send out any good luck messages today. 81333. Do send me a text, start at BBC, or get in touch on the WhatsApp 08000 321 333. As always, starting that with BBC. You might be able to hear behind me, the atmosphere is starting to build. As I look at Wembley now, the arch in the distance, there are grey clouds scudding over the sky. It is a nippy one down here today, but the atmosphere is warming up nicely. The Newcastle United fan zone away to my right-hand side, I can see black and white shirts and flags waving in the distance. Those fans excited to get into that stadium and create some famous St James's Park atmosphere in Wembley this afternoon. Now, speaking of atmospheres, last night Trafalgar Square in London was black and white. We have seen this before for other teams when they've been down here. Don't worry, I've not forgotten that. However, last night it was black and white. There were flags, there were shirts, there was singing. And I'll tell you what, here is a little taste of how it all went down.
I could cry.
It's just the best, isn't it? It's the pinnacle. It's what we've been wanting for years and years and years, and now it's just come about. Regardless of what happens in the final itself, it's just this is what we've been waiting for and what we've been expecting.
Like literally memories that's going to last them like a lifetime, like so good, loving it. On you boys.
Who's going to score?
Bruno, and hopefully Trippier with a free kick. Yeah.
I love Dan Burn, because he's from Blythe. You'll never ever beat Dan Burn. He's from Blythe. Unbelievable, you know. This time last year, you would never have thought this was a possibility.
Honestly, it's the best I've ever seen. I've been in St James's Park the last 3 seasons, and this is beautiful. All this. Everyone together, united.
As long as the lads go out there and do the best, I don't care.
That was Trafalgar Square last night. Newcastle United fans taking over and singing into the wee small hours of the morning. I'm going to be chatting to more of those fans today as they make their way down past me up towards Wembley Stadium. And the last time Newcastle played a final at Wembley, Alan Shearer was the man who led them out as captain. And I had the fortune to catch up with him earlier in the week. And this weekend, he is just excited to be here as a fan.
It's been a long time. It's been too long. I'm excited, just like the rest of the army, or the Toon Army, I should say. So, yeah, I can't wait. I'm going there with friends and family, so it'll be a good day, only if we win.
Well, this is it. I mean, you say it's been a while, but, I mean, you've had a hand in those previous moments where we went so close. You know, the last time we were at Wembley, the 99 FA Cup final, you were captain. I mean, can you explain that feeling when you walk out onto that Wembley pitch?
Yeah, it's a great feeling, but Wembley's only a place for winners. Everything that they do and the media side of things, and of course in training, they won't be at full pelt because they'll all want to make sure that they're fit for Sunday. But yeah, everything, the build-up's great and everything else, and you just, as a player, you know, you just want to get out there. You do all the other bits, the side things that you have to do and you're obliged to do, but in reality, you just want to get there and you want to play. But then I reiterate that Wembley's a place for winners and winners only, and it's a blooming horrible place when you don't win. And I've been there in finals and I've been there in semi-finals, and it's horrible. And I know it is for fans as well. It's exactly the same. So everything's great about it, but it's only great after it if you're able to win, because losing, I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Yeah, I can only imagine what it's like as a player. I mean, a lot of people, sadly, in the North East have gone through it as fans, but, you know, to actually be out there on the pitch and not go and claim that trophy, I can't imagine how horrible it is. I mean, you mentioned, obviously, the build-up this week and, you know, getting ready for the game. I mean, Dan Burn will inevitably be going to get his suit measured. We all know he's very excited. But that's all part of it, isn't it?
It is part of it, yeah, and you've got to try and enjoy it as much as possible, because you never know, it may never happen again, or if it does, it might be a bloody long time. So just like it is this time for Newcastle. So yeah, you've got to enjoy it, you've got to do the build-up, you've got to get measured up for everything, you've got to travel down there, and yeah, there's so many players that would love to be in your position this weekend instead of just playing a normal Premier League game, or play any game for that matter. So players are in a privileged position. They've earned it. They deserve to be there. It's been a while, as we keep saying. So, yeah, you've got to try and enjoy it. But I do go back to the point that there's only so much you can do and say and everything else. And then the rest of it is you just cannot wait to get out there and kick off and get going.
Absolutely. Now, when you were last running out for Newcastle at Wembley there, you were one of a couple of North East lads in the team. Obviously, you and Steve Harper was there. I mean, this year, Dan Burns, Sean Longstaff, maybe Elliot Anderson might get a chance to head out there as well. What does it mean walking out in those black and white stripes?
Yeah, where I lived the dream, they're now living the dream. They're lucky boys. I was incredibly lucky. But you know, one of the best things I took from it is that as soon as you leave the hotel, that coach journey from the hotel to Wembley, and then the closer you get to Wembley, the sea of black and white fans and the chanting and the scarves, and it is just incredible. And I remember that sending a shiver down my spine, thinking, this is just unbelievable, because if the players weren't there on the coach, they'd be there as fans, just like I'm going to be there this weekend. I was lucky enough, I know we didn't win, but I was lucky enough to do it myself as a player, but I'm going to be there as a fan on Sunday. And then that drive up to Wembley and Wembley Way, when you can hear the Newcastle fans and you can see everything and you get a great feel for it, then that'll probably be the only time I wish that I could put my boots back on.
I think we're all living it through you there for a moment. I mean, can you imagine the nerves, though, when those lads are on the bus and they're coming past the fans and they look out and they see Alan Shearer twirling a scarf at the side of the bus this weekend? That's not going to do anything to settle the nerves, is it?
Well, I don't know where I'll be twirling my scarf, but I'll be somewhere. I'll be like the rest of them. Do you know, as much as I love the football club and I love all the players and I love what Eddie's doing and all his staff have done, I just want to win it for the fans, because I'm now one of them. I appreciate what they are and who they are and what they've been through. I mean, I lived that before I was lucky enough to play for them. Now I've lived it after and go to as many games as I possibly can now. I was at both semi-finals, and the Southampton away game where I was sat in the stand watching that game, I actually sat looking at the crowd more than I did the game, because I'm just amazed by their passion and their attitude. I mean, to travel, 330 miles from Newcastle to Southampton, to travel 330 miles down the motorway, watch a game and then travel back and then get to Graft and work the next morning, it just sums them up. So as much as everyone and anyone, I want Newcastle to win it this Sunday for the fans, because where they've been, what they've had to put up with and how long it's been, I can picture the scenes now on Monday morning or Sunday evening in Newcastle when or if Newcastle win that trophy.
Look, you came so close to winning that elusive trophy, you know. Alan, I don't like to bring these situations up, but obviously you were literally just there. Do you think this team has what it takes to go that final step?
Yeah, I mean, I was there in 98, 99. We were really unlucky in 98. I always remember a huge turning point when I hit the post. against Arsenal. 99, we didn't really turn up, to be honest. We didn't play well. We weren't good enough. We were slightly unlucky that both years Arsenal were going for the double, Man United were going for the treble. Do I think this team's good enough? Yeah, I do. I really do. I think Bruno's back, which is a big plus. I know what Nick Pope's not going to be there, which is a big blow, not only for Newcastle, but for him personally, because it may never happen again, and to miss that opportunity, he's obviously going to be devastated. So Karius is going to have to come in and maybe have the game of his life. That's what we hope. But certainly the players we've got, I know it hasn't gone as well as we would want with the last couple of weeks, but when you look at the bigger picture, and I hope the Newcastle players do, that they've come a hell of a long way in a short time. So yeah, I do think they're good enough. I don't think there's a lot between the teams, and I think it's whoever gets that little bit of luck, which whoever wins any competition needs a little bit of luck somewhere along the line, whether it's in the final, semi-final or quarter-final. And I do think it'll come down to whoever has that bit of luck on the day will lift that trophy. And obviously we all think it's Newcastle.
Absolutely. You mentioned Loris Karius there, coming in for Nick Pope. Now, it's not a situation that I think any Newcastle fan would have wanted with Pope's red card. The strange situation where Martin Dubravka now gets a winner's medal if Man United win, which we don't want to talk about. But obviously, Karius coming in. Do you see this as an opportunity for him? You say he's going to have the game of his life, but it's a chance to be a hero, isn't it?
I mean, what an opportunity for him. I mean, a few days ago, he couldn't even have dreamt of being on the bench, let alone being in the team and hopefully going up those steps and getting a winner's medal. So, yeah, what an unbelievable opportunity for him. It's not ideal for Newcastle because we know if it hadn't happened, Pope would have played. And, I mean, Nick Pope hasn't put a foot wrong. He's been perfect in everything he's done for Newcastle since he's arrived. So it is a shame, but that's the law. He has to miss the game. It was a huge error on his part. But, yeah, what a great opportunity for Karius to come in and just remind everyone that he is here. He is a capable goalkeeper. It's been tough for him because tough for anyone, whether you're a goalkeeper or not. If you haven't played for that for a long time, it won't be easy. But we wish him luck and we hope he has the game of his life and he can walk away with a winner's medal.
That's Newcastle United legend and former captain Alan Shearer there chatting to me earlier in the week. You can hear the second part of my chat with Alan before we get to 1 o'clock this afternoon. Obviously, the last time Newcastle were at Wembley was that FA Cup final in 1999, and sadly Alan and the team couldn't bring home the trophy that day, losing 2-0 to today's opposition, Manchester United. Today is a day to perhaps correct that wrong, hopefully picking up that silverware after a 54-year wait. And with me now, I'm joined by Greg, actually from Ponteland, down here in London. Excited for today's game?
Absolutely excited, yeah. Not nervous, but excited.
Now, Greg, I've pulled you over here and I was like, oh, you're looking forward to being at a final, are you, Greg? And you're like, I've been at plenty of them before, and you really have, haven't you?
I've been to Wembley here 7 times, so I'm hoping it's 8th time lucky today. And I was one of the lucky few who saw Newcastle in '69, home and away to Ujpestdoza, when we won the Fairs Cup.
Well, this is it. So 1969, the Intercities Fairs Cup. It's the last major piece of silverware that Newcastle won 54 years ago. And as you say, I mean, not only were you there, presumably in the Gallagher end, were you at St James's Park that night, the first leg?
The home leg, I was in I believe it was the A-wing paddock, which was the Gallagher end paddock, with my old man. And we'd been to every home game that season. There were 6 of them, and you remember every one of them. And fortunately, my dad managed to take me out to Hungary for the final.
So you went to Hungary, and you must have been... How old were you when you were out there?
I was 12.
12
and
years.
I believe I was the youngest fan there. And sadly, a lot of the guys that were on that trip will have passed away now. And I don't think there's that many left. I know there is a Fairs Club, which I'm not a member of. I think a chap called Gabe, maybe from Wallsend or North Tyneside, runs it.
Yeah.
I should be a member, really, because I'm one of the survivors.
One of the survivors of a select few, because as you say, there weren't many Newcastle United fans went out to that game in '69, and you are actually a very famous member of the crowd, aren't you? Because if you watch the coverage of the game, if you watch the DVD of that match, you're on there, aren't you?
The Newcastle United official DVD, which was released a few years ago, when I eagerly scanned a copy after the presentation of the Cup in Budapest in June '69. There's a little boy on the pitch picking up some sock tie-ups, one of Tommy Gibbs, one of Benny Arentoft, and I'm that little boy.
Do you still have the sock ties to this day?
I'm afraid I haven't. No. I can still see them in my memory.
Absolutely. I mean, look, wonderful memories. You know, I say you've been to many finals. You've actually seen Newcastle lift some silverware. Can you explain to any other Newcastle United fans out there who don't quite know what that feels like, what that moment possibly could be like at the end of the match today?
Well, I was lucky to get it at the age of 12, and I've been coming ever since. And when I see the faces of the fans who just live and breathe for Newcastle United, I would like us to win it today for them. Not so much for me. I'll be absolutely ecstatic if we win it. But I want it for all the just dedicated fans who go week in, week out, and I can see on their faces what it would mean.
Absolutely. And do you think, I haven't watched it and for so long, Greg, from seeing that incredible moment when you were 12 years old, do you think today's the day?
I've never, ever taken Newcastle to lose, ever. I wouldn't do it, even when my brain kind of rules my heart. But I saw Gavin Peacock interviewed on television this morning. He's going for 2-1 to Newcastle, and so am I.
Greg, let's hope it happens. Enjoy the game, my friend. Thank you for chatting to us.
That's a pleasure. Thank you very much.
That's Greg, who's from Ponteland, down here ahead of the game today, as you heard there. Greg saw Newcastle the last time they lifted silverware. He was there. He was in the crowd in Hungary watching that moment it happen, and hopefully we see it happen again today. We'll continue in our build-up here from Wembley Way, speaking to more of the fans, and you can hear that next part of my interview with Alan Shearer very soon right here on BBC Radio Newcastle.
This morning, smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds pitch by my doorstep, singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true, saying, "This is my message to you." Singing, "Don't worry about a thing." This morning, smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds pitch by my doorstep, singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true, saying, "This is my message to you." Really don't worry about a thing. Worry about a thing.
Difference Awards.
Everyday acts of kindness make a huge difference to people across the North East.
I run a boxing and fitness club. I created the Wounded Highlanders.
I have a passion to make dance inclusive.
Basically, I supplied the QE with PPE.
We want to honour and recognise those who make a difference where we live.
Make a difference.
For a full list of categories and details of how to nominate someone, go to bbc.co.uk/make-a-difference, where you can also see full terms and our privacy notice. Nominations are open now and close on the 5th of March 2023 at 11 p.m.
Together, we can make a difference. BBC Radio Newcastle. Live from Wembley, Matt Bailey, BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yes, we're down here on Wembley Way ahead of Newcastle's League Cup final with Manchester United. The excitement is starting to build. The fans are starting to build. Earlier on, it was a sea of black and white. Now it is a torrent of black and white coming down Wembley Way, making their way down to the stadium. Very soon, going to be chatting to our live match commentators, Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson, before they head into the stadium to bring you every kick of that game this afternoon. Also speaking to more of the fans down here as they make their way into the ground. Now, the last time Newcastle played a final at Wembley, Alan Shearer was the man who led them out as captain. You've been hearing the first part of my interview earlier, where he talks about the fact that he's here as a fan today. I caught up with him earlier in the week. You've, as I say, heard the first part of that interview, and I also asked him if he, as Newcastle United's all-time greatest goal scorer, had the answer to their current problems in front of goal.
When things are flying for you, when you're going out onto the pitch knowing rather than hoping you're going to score, that can often make it easier. I mean, the form that Almiron was in a couple of months ago, he'd have put that chance away, the early chance that he had against Liverpool in the first 3 or 4 minutes, and the story might have been different, but it's if, buts, whys. You've got to go out and you've got to do that. I would be more concerned if Newcastle weren't creating the chances, because eventually one has to go in, so long as you keep getting in there as an individual. Now, whether that's Almiron or whether that's Wilson, if he's back on Sunday, or Isak or Sam Maximum, you've got to keep getting in there in the hope. And I think what will give Newcastle hope is that if you look at Manchester United's form, particularly last weekend against Leicester, for the first 15 or 20 minutes, Leicester should have and could have 2 or 3 goals because they did concede a lot of chances. So hopefully that would be a positive for Newcastle. But when you create them, I know you've also got to put them in. And Newcastle didn't in the weekend against Liverpool and ultimately got punished for that. So let's hope that they do a little bit of luck and they can get a goal and settle everyone down and we can go there and we can enjoy it.
Absolutely. I mean, look, you know, people talk about, obviously, comparing this season to sort of last season, and there is no comparison really, is there? Because, you know, a League Cup final, currently sitting 5th in the Premier League, any Newcastle fan would have snapped your hand off if you said, at this point of the season, this is how it's going.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about that, yeah. Where we were to where we are now, they've taken huge steps, probably bigger steps than anyone thought that we would do in this amount of time. We all hope that in the years to come, that will be challenging for trophies and challenging to get into the top 4. But I don't think anyone realised or even dreamt that it would have been this quickly. But we are there and we deserve to be there. So it's really important now that they go there and put in a good showing. And that's what we want, that's what we hope. Still a lot of work to be done. I mean, you can imagine the confidence they would take if they go there and win, which would set them up for the rest of the season mentally and physically to go and try and get back into the top 4. So if you're there, there's no point in going there and just enjoying it. You've got to go there and enjoy it and win. And I keep going back to my point. Wembley is a place for winners, and that's it.
Alan, if you had to choose whether we won this weekend and finished outside the top 4 or got a top 4 finish but lost the game this weekend, I think I know which one you're going to say, but what would you go for?
There's no other answer than give me the trophy. I would gladly finish mid-table if Newcastle won a trophy. I mean, it's been far too long, 1969. I've always said that I want Newcastle and need Newcastle to win a trophy in my lifetime because I've been here, as you mentioned, in 98 and 99 when we had to do a parade up Gosforth High Street up to the Civic Centre on the back of losing an FA Cup final. There was 250,000 people there. It was pretty embarrassing for us. So you can imagine the reaction if Newcastle came back with the trophy. And I want to see that and I want to win it. So give me a trophy any day, all day.
As you say there, you know, when you did that parade, can you imagine how mental town is going to be if we win on Sunday?
That's what I mean. That's why I would take the trophy all day. I would forget about top four if it meant that we could win a trophy. Absolutely. Yeah, I can only imagine what Newcastle would be like on Sunday night and Monday and Tuesday and for the next 10 years if Newcastle were to win the Carabao Cup on Sunday. I can only imagine, and I want to see it, and I'd love to be part of it.
Yeah, leading the charge, Alan, for 10 years. That's what we want to see. Look, going forward after this weekend, win or lose, what do you think the priorities have got to be for Newcastle, and what do you see for the rest of the season?
Keep getting better, keep improving the squad. As I said, I think we've come a long way in such a small amount of time. No one really expected the rise so quickly. But it would be a shame to let it all sort of peter out if it was to happen that way. But they've got a real chance of getting into the top four because other teams are not at it this season, i.e. Liverpool, i.e. Chelsea. I know Spurs are above us at this moment in time, but we certainly can compete with them. They've proven that. So, yeah, I would hope that whatever happens this weekend, they can go on and give it a right good fight to try and get into that top four.
Absolutely. And finally, Alan, before I let you go, because I know I've taken up loads of your time and I do appreciate it, if you could deliver a little message to the squad ahead of this weekend, what would you tell them?
There's only one thing to tell them to win it. I mean, it'll be difficult, but that's all that matters. Doesn't matter how, you just got to win it. It's simple. It's going to be difficult, it'll be hard, because as I said, I don't think there's anything between the two teams. Just win it. Not only win it for yourselves and your family, but win it for this area because it'll take off.
It absolutely will take off, both in Newcastle and across the northeast, and also down here on Wembley Way and throughout London, which has been painted black and white for the weekend. The Newcastle United fans in Trafalgar Square last night, can I just add as well, they cleaned up after themselves. They took bin bags, and was a really nice scene last night where Newcastle United fans was cleaning up their cans and various other things after the celebrations last night. As you heard there from Newcastle United's legendary captain Alan Shearer, the last man to lead them out onto a Wembley pitch down here in the FA Cup final in 1999. Today it is the League Cup final again against Manchester United, though. It is their 10th League Cup final. They've won 5. They've lost the other 4. Let's hope we can make it a 50-50 split for them today, while Newcastle taking part in only their 2nd League Cup final. It's Matt here bringing you all the build-up from Wembley Way from 2:30. I'll be handing you over to Simon Pryde, who will be inside the stadium with all your build-up ahead of full match commentary with, of course, our crack commentary team of John Anderson and Matthew Raisbeck. And before I've let them go into the stadium, I've dragged them over to chat to me now. Razor, did you get much sleep last night?
Not much. Excited. This is fantastic. It's what we've all been waiting for, isn't it?
It absolutely is. I mean, look, you called it at the start of the season. You said, you fancied Newcastle for the League Cup, and we're just, hopefully only 90 minutes away from it, barring extra time and penalties, but one game away from your prediction coming true.
Yeah, well, I believed it. I wasn't saying it for effect or to try and wind up anyone on Weir's side. I thought they could do it. And again, justification was they're a better team, the club's on the up, they're having a better season in the league, so if you get a good cup draw, and they've had a good cup draw, why not? And here they are, and they deserve to be here as well. It's just brilliant. And Mike, you said a moment ago that London's been painted black and white. We've been on Wembley Way for 2 hours? It's all black and white. There's no Manchester United here. All the Newcastle fans are coming, a lot of them without tickets, just to soak it all up, because it's so special, it's so meaningful, and it's been so long. And I think that's why the fans are so grateful for this chance, this opportunity to be at Wembley.
Absolutely. John Anderson, Newcastle United legend alongside us as well, as always. You excited for today, John?
Absolutely. I woke at 4 o'clock this morning. I didn't get back to sleep, Matt. I have to be perfectly honest. It's a real strange one, this. As Razor has just said, it's just a sea of black and white. It's incredible. We were out last night, went for something to eat. Newcastle fans everywhere. All you heard were Geordie voices. I hate to actually think how many is down here. We got 30,000 odd tickets, but there's probably double that amount down here. Speaking to people around here who haven't got tickets, they're desperate to try and get tickets. It's a great occasion. It's fabulous. And look at it. If supporters could win cup finals, this cup final will be over by now, you know, because they've taken the place over. They've been absolutely magnificent.
They absolutely have. And as a player, you know, you've experienced this in the past. You've played at Wembley. As a player, what impact does that 12th man, as they call it, have on those players on the pitch?
In cup finals, I'm not too sure, to be quite honest. I've never played in a cup final. Look, I think it's all about who turns up on the day, Matt. You know, we've spoke about this on Total Sport during the week. It's about the team that turns up and handles the occasion. You know, there's so much expectation. Supporters are desperate to win something. You know, they're desperate to win that trophy and bring it back to Tyneside. But it's all about the players who go on the pitch. Back in 98, 99, we didn't handle the occasions. We didn't really turn up. The two sides we played back then are an awful lot better than the side that Manchester United have today as well, by the way. But they've ran into a bit of form. They're on a high, Manchester United. You know, they've just knocked Barcelona out of Europe, so their confidence will be high. But look, on a given day, and we've proven it so many times this season, we're capable of giving anybody a game, and we can match anybody. So it's who handles the occasion, who gets it. You need a little bit of luck along the way as well. You need the breaks to go for you as well, and hopefully they'll go our way today.
Absolutely. Razor, what do you want to see from Eddie Howe and the boys as we kick off today at 4:30? How do you want to see them come out and handle this?
Well, I think they've got a manager who will have them in the right frame of mind, and they'll be ready. And I know the performances haven't been in recent weeks what they were before the World Cup, but they've set their bar really high this season. We know they can do it, and I think we've seen the intensity they play at. It is hard to maintain, but for one game they can get back to that level, and they defend well, they press high and hard, and someone's going to be a hero. So it could be Alan Saint-Maximin, it could be one of the Geordies again, Dan Burns, Sean Longstaff, Elliot Anderson, Paul Dummett, Mark Gillespie's on the bench, the goalkeeper, Loris Karius we think is going to play. It could be him. It would be redemption for him. You know, hopefully it will be at least one of their players who gets the headlines, who does it, who is the hero. And that's such a tantalising prospect. You know, we're a few hours away from kick-off. There's a million different ways the match can go. We don't know what's going to happen. That's why we come. That's why we love it. I just really feel it could be a special day for the club, for the players, for the fans, and for the area, for the city. It's just brilliant to be here, though, isn't it? To have this experience. The build-up has been fantastic. We've had a month to wait, and now we're just a few hours away. I really feel like it's their time.
There you go. Matthew Racebeck, John Anderson, I'll let you get into the stadium. Full match commentary with those boys from 4:30 this afternoon. We'll cross live to the stadium at 2:30. After 1 o'clock this afternoon, you can continue hearing the build-up right here on Wembley Way on BBC Radio Newcastle.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
Right now, the time is 1 o'clock, and with your latest news, Chris Middleton.
Thanks, Matt. Good afternoon. Well, today is the day. A 54-year wait for a trophy for Newcastle United could end later. The Magpies have their biggest match in almost a quarter of a century. They face Manchester United in the League Cup final at Wembley. More than 30,000 fans will be cheering them on inside the stadium, but thousands more have travelled to the capital without tickets. Head coach Eddie Howe says his team has proven they can play under immense pressure.
I don't doubt us mentally in terms of having the ability to play in big games. You know, the players dealt with the semi-final brilliantly against Southampton, two really massive games, and especially dealing with the home game in the second leg. I thought we dealt with that really well, so hopefully that's good preparation for what's to come.
Captain Kieran Trippier is used to playing in big matches, including the Euros final at Wembley for England. He says he's helping some of the younger players ahead of the biggest game of their lives.
I've been lucky enough in my career to play for some big teams, to play in some biggest games in football. With me having that experience from playing abroad in finals for my country, I can help the players around me who have not been in that situation.
And we, of course, have every kick for you live right here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Full match commentary from 4:30. In other news, Rishi Sunak has said he's giving it everything to reach a deal with the EU on trade arrangements for Northern Ireland. He said there was unfinished business on Brexit and he wanted to get the job done. The Prime Minister will have to satisfy the Democratic Unionist Party, who is strongly opposed to the current arrangements, which include checks on goods coming from Great Britain. The BBC's political correspondent, Ione Wells, has more details.
The Prime Minister has been saying today that promising progress has been made, but there's still work to be done. And he's taken to some usually kind of Conservative supporting newspapers today, seemingly to try and reassure Conservative critics that any deal won't be a sellout and stressing his Brexiteer background. What we do know about it is that the main sort of heavy lifting, the main negotiations with the EU over how trading arrangements will work between Great Britain and Northern Ireland are basically done. The tricky part now is how and when is it presented, and also how do you sell it to particularly the largest unionist party, the DUP.
Millions of pounds has been invested in drug and alcohol treatment and recovery in County Durham and Darlington, aimed at tackling addiction and cutting crime. The government money is to help recruit more staff to help people dealing with addiction, provide support to people leaving prison and improve the quality of treatments. Around £7.2 million will be invested in County Durham, with a further £1.5 million invested in Darlington. The government's proposing that managers at social housing organisations in England be required to have professional qualifications. The plans are part of efforts to improve standards in the sector following the Grenfell Tower disaster and the death of 2-year-old Awab Ishak, who was exposed to mould at his family's home in Rochdale in 2020. A social housing campaigner, Kwejo Twenaboa, supports the measures.
I think this is going to increase professionalism in the sector. It's something that I've spoken personally to the Secretary of State about when I first met with him, and I think it's going to positively impact the sector in general. This should have happened 40 years ago. It should have happened when social housing was first introduced. I think the government could go even further with extending the requirement to be qualified when working in housing, right down to housing officers.
And a walrus that shocked residents when he turned up at Blythe Yacht Club last month has now been spotted as far away as Iceland. The 8-foot-long Arctic walrus known as Thor turned up in the northeast at the start of January after a brief stay in Scarborough over the new year. Now the young male, who weighs around half a tonne, has been sighted once again, but this time more than 2,000 miles away in the fishing town of Brytjalvik in Iceland. That's the latest BBC Radio Newcastle news. I'm Chris Middleton.
Wembley Day.
It is Wembley Day and we are live from Wembley Way. This is Matt here on BBC Radio Newcastle as we count down to the kick-off this afternoon. Newcastle United against Manchester United in the final of the League Cup. That game kicks off at 4:30. Full match commentary right here on BBC Radio Newcastle. I'm down here surrounded by Newcastle United fans. There are black and white stripes as far as the eye can see, stretching up to that glorious stadium with the huge arch outlined against a cloudy London sky this afternoon. It is a little cold down here. The atmosphere, however, is electric. It is poised. It is ready for Newcastle United to hopefully do what they've been trying to do for a very long time. Now cast your mind back to the last time Newcastle United played a final here in 1999. There was a song that was all over the northeast, particularly loved if you're a black and white fan. It was a song that was mixed with sort of the highlights of one of the big sporting successes of the year, which is of course was Newcastle United's run to the FA Cup final. Little did we know that cup final was to be their last one for 24 years. But as I say, today marks the end of that wait. Now, a lot of people got in touch with us at BBC Radio Newcastle, both on the breakfast show with myself and with Razor, our Newcastle United commentator, saying, wouldn't it be great if that famous marriage between the New Radicals and Newcastle United was reignited for what has been yet another incredible cup run that has led us here to Wembley today. So, you asked for it, and 24 years later, here it is.
So here we go then,
Newcastle United away to Tranmere Rovers of League Two as they start their journey in this season's League Cup. 1955, the last time they won a major domestic trophy. Could this be their year? Floated to the back of the box. Lascelles with a header, blocked on the line, and then followed up by the skipper, who gets Newcastle level. Trippier in swinger, headed in, and it's Chris Wood who has scored the goal. It's Tranmere Rovers 1, Newcastle United 2. Palace lined up and ready to kick us underway. This is Newcastle hopefully continue their unbeaten run and get into the next round of the League Cup. It's finished 0-0. Bruno can be Newcastle's match winner in the penalty shootout. Here he is. It's over the top. Dear, oh dear. He's put it over the bar. Pope with outstretched arms, touching the crossbar. Save! And Newcastle United win. Pope, the hero, with 3 spot kicks saved. Newcastle United are back for a place in the quarter-finals of the League Cup. Header off the defender, it's an own goal from a Bournemouth defender. And they are through, Newcastle United, to the quarter-finals of the League Cup. Who kick off in the quarter-finals of the League Cup. Stanya plays it against Willock, who wins it back, and Joelinton, and Byrne in the area. Dan Byrne! Oh! Dan Byrne's first Newcastle United goal, and it's a huge goal to put them in front in the Cup quarter-final. What a moment for the boy from Blythe. Newcastle United have reached a semi-final. Isak takes it, breaks into the area, and rolls across and turned in. And this time, it's into the net from Joelinton. Full-time whistle blown. They've won the first leg, Newcastle, by a 1-0. Tonight, a place at Wembley is the prize. It's the last step on the path to the League Cup final. Into the area, cuts inside, Longstaff touch, and hit, and goal from Sean Longstaff. Just outside the area, Willock through for Almiron, the cutback, here's a chance for number 2. And Sean Longstaff has got his, and Newcastle's second, and it's turning into a dream night at St James's Park.
I'm down to get me street a measure. You only get what you give. Health insurance with our flying, FDA, big bankers buying, fake computer crashes down and
That was the sounds of 1999 mixed with the glorious cup run that Newcastle United have had this season in the League Cup. It's Matt here down on Wembley Way for BBC Radio Newcastle, and from a nostalgic song to a man who's been providing the anthems for Newcastle United this season, DJ Shaq is here with me. Nice to see you, mate.
How you doing, mate? Pleasure to be here.
Very good. Well, look, the last time we saw you, it was back up in Newcastle. We were all getting very excited about what could be, and we are finally here at Wembley. How excited are you today?
Mate, it's unbelievable. I'm just so honoured and grateful to to be alive, to witness this. Like, I just want to say, like, no matter what happens, I'm so proud of everything, the whole city, all the players and everything. And I'm just so buzzing to be here and to witness it.
Now, Shaq, we had you on the breakfast show after your song had gone absolutely mad. You'd been down at the metro station playing Jump, and since then it's been released and everything else. And since then, actually, you've become a bit of a big deal. You were DJing at the semi-final with Southampton as well, weren't you?
Yeah, mate, I was. Oh, honestly, like, it's trying to put that into words, mate. It was just unbelievable. I mean, playing to, like, by the end of it, like 40,000 people, mate. It was unbelievable, man, and receiving so much love. And seeing everybody united together, when I see like mass unification, I just hope one day the rest of the world's like that.
That's it. The rest of the world should be wearing black and white stripes and singing "We've Got Bruno in the Middle." That's what we want to see. Look, I mean, I saw you that night. I was there down at St James's Park that night that you got to play to the fans. The scarves were going. It was an incredible atmosphere, and I'm guessing, we're going to see that again, hopefully, inside at Wembley today.
Absolutely. I don't know if you've seen what Manchester United have done. They've put scarves on the seats, copying off her. So we must be doing something right.
I did see that. See, they couldn't trust their fans to bring scarves with them, so they had to hand out their scarves to their fans. However, I know War Flags have said, bring your scarves, get ready to create a famous St James's Park atmosphere inside Wembley. And the scarves are out, isn't it? And the atmosphere down here.
It's unreal, man. I mean, like, I think we've got the best fans in the Premier League, mate. Some of the best fans in the world, and just seeing all these people, just everybody buzzing, like, this means so much to us. And I was saying when I was down here earlier in the week that I don't think sorry, let me start again. This won't mean nowhere near as much to Man United as it will to us if we win.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I was saying earlier, this is only our second League Cup final. This is their 10th. You know what I mean? They haven't had it yet.
For that, it's just another day for them, man. That's not to say that some people won't be happy, but like, mate, we've been starving for so long, mate. It's our turn now, so step aside.
Amazing. And I know we've sort of grabbed you in here to chat to us, Shaq, because you are off down Wembley Way and you're playing just down the way, aren't you, in the Box Park? Is that right?
Yeah, I'm doing a set at Box Park just before kick off at 2:30, so it's only for Toon fans, which I'm buzzing about, so it's going to get flipped upside down. So
absolutely. So if you're coming to Wembley Way and around about 2:30, if you go past and you can just hear some people going absolutely nuts, it's Shaq, okay, who's doing it. Look, mate, do you think this is the day for Newcastle today? Do you think they've got what it takes to win?
Yeah, anything's possible. I think for us to win, though, I think we need to, from the get-go, we need to just throw the goal in at them and be aggressive. If we sit back, I think they'll just have us. So I think if we press them from the beginning, I think we can definitely win. And mate, it's a final. Anything can happen. There's been bigger upsets, way bigger upsets. And we're one of the rising stars, and I think in years to come, mate, we'll be taking over. So this is just a segment of what will become.
Absolutely. Well, Shaq, look, enjoy your day, enjoy the big set, and then enjoy the big game. Lovely to chat to you.
You too, mate. Take care. Have a good day.
Cheers. That's DJ Shaq there. We've spoken to him before on the breakfast show. He's been in and around BBC Radio Newcastle, and obviously, as I say, played at that semi-final game with Southampton. Playing today on Wembley Way, which is where we are right now with BBC Radio Newcastle. Wherever you are in the world, though, okay, get in touch with us on all the usual numbers here at BBC Radio Newcastle. You can text us, you can tweet us, and you can get your messages out of support to the lads today, or your messages to anyone else who might be down here at Wembley. We'll also be catching up with fans from around the world here on BBC Radio Newcastle.
Something's going on that's not quite clear.
Newcastle were there our first night.
We are your local BBC.
They were the only radio station that came.
And we like you to get in touch about absolutely anything.
I would like to record a song, and I would like that song to be played at my funeral.
I think a lot of people listening understand the power of local.
David's been on from Jarrah, says, listen to the show, Matt. Was wondering if you'd give me a little mention to cheer me up. I'm feeling a bit down.
It's North East people on the North East radio station.
Without you, we're absolutely out.
Always been fantastic to us, so thank you.
That's what we do. We can be there for you through whatever comes our way.
And it's not just people you're not talking like this.
It's your station. I mean, 100% it's your station.
It's helped a lot of people's mental health.
Good or bad, happy or sad, we are here for you.
Together, we can make a difference.
Local radio rock.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Cheers, Matt. Love the show.
Live from Wembley, Matt Bailey, BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yes, it's Matt here down on Wembley Way. You might be able to hear in the distance behind me the chants of the Newcastle United fans ahead of this big final today, the League Cup final against Manchester United. We are meeting lots of fans down here on Wembley Way. You can keep sending me messages as well. A big hello to Steve, who's sent a picture as a picture of his dogs this morning, Oreo and Jaffa, ready for the cup. Away the lads dressed in black and white stripes there. The lads from Stack Seaburn have been on saying how the lads have a belter of a game. We've got a text here from someone's number ends in 245. Pop your name on there so I can give you a shout out this afternoon. My dad, who is 88, is down on Wembley Way, hoping he has the best day. Wish I was with him, but someone had to look after the kids. Yeah, well, there's many stories like that across the North East. I'm sure people who couldn't get down to London today, but will still be fully enjoying today's match, including our full match commentary with Razor and Andor later on. Paul from Hayden Bridge enjoying a bit of Lionel there, saying, hi Matt, hope we are dancing on the ceiling after the match. Fingers crossed, come on the tune. David from North Shields, big Sunderland fan, but he says good luck to the tune. And we've had lots of messages from Red and Whites coming in as well today. Lots of people who are just, getting behind the North East, which is what we want to hear. Denise in Sunderland said, one thing's for sure, you will be the most passionate of fans today. Hope it goes your way. Newcastle, thank you for getting in touch with your messages. If you'd like to text us or WhatsApp us on all the usual numbers, you can do. And do you know what, Denise? I think you're right. The Newcastle fans are the most passionate fans today. As I stand here on Wembley Way and look around, I can see black and white bobble hats. I can see black and white jester hats. I can see Newcastle United flags. I can see, of course, black and white striped shirts from all eras, from the brand new shirt that the lads wear now all the way back through the year. It's sort of a chronological history of Newcastle United shirts here, and there are thousands of Geordies here in London. There are many thousands who haven't even got tickets for the game, have just come to soak up the atmosphere, and there are thousands around the world who have put in incredible amounts of miles to get home for the League Cup final this weekend. They've flown in from here, from there and everywhere to help turn the capital black and white. They truly did that last night. Trafalgar Square was an incredible sight. Make sure you check out our social media pages at BBC Newcastle on Twitter, BBC Radio Newcastle. Search it on Facebook. You can see the videos of the fans singing and dancing around the fountains yesterday evening. Look, some of these people don't even have tickets for the games. Our reporter Martin Lindsay's been chatting to some of the fans from around the world preparing to make the long trip this week.
Hi there, my name is Roger Banks and I'm currently living in Oakville, which is just outside of Toronto in Canada. I'm coming across to see the mighty Newcastle United against Man United, and I fly on Friday the 24th of February. I cannot wait. I'm just absolutely buzzing.
I think it's unreal and also quite funny that you've only just moved there.
That is typical Newcastle. Like, as soon as it was kind of in the realms of possibility, I was like, I can't believe this is happening now. But luckily, my wife is very, very supportive, and she was like, you've got to go. If they get to the final, like, you've got to go. So big shout out to her, to be fair.
How much has all this cost? And did you have to get it signed off by the missus as well?
Yeah, it's for the ticket, which I just secured, that's about 60 quid. Then the flights, upwards of 500 quid, we'll say. And then my accommodation's about £200 or something like that. So it's not a cheap trip, but it'll be worth it if the lads have got the trophy in their hands and everything's all good.
What does it say about the Geordies that so many thousands are coming over from all over the world, and many of them don't even have tickets. They just want to be a part of it.
The hunger and the passion for the team and for the area and representing all of those things. Just being amongst our people again for a little bit. Just kind of being around other Geordies and other Newcastle fans, and that's really what I'm looking forward to doing.
I am Neil Mitchell, out here in sunny Dubai, and I'll be flying back for the Carabao Cup final at a time as yet still to be determined. I don't care how much it costs in the end, I'll just jump on the first plane I can get, which will get us there in time. The direct flight to Newcastle is about 7.5 hours. The direct flight to London's not too different, about 7 hours.
And what's it like being a Newcastle fan out there? Have you got like a core of fans that maybe watch the games together in bars and stuff like that?
Certainly since the takeover, it's changed. Pre-takeover, a lot of it turned out because it was my duty to. And getting Newcastle fans together out here has been a little bit of a herding cat situation. And so we've now got our own bar in Dubai. At some games, getting 100 plus people out. The turnout's ridiculous.
Thousands of Geordies from around the world are going to be flying in for this game. It's just going to be unreal.
Mad. And I know so many people from the region, like I say, not just from here in the UAE, but from, it's Stu's coming in from Bahrain. I think we've got a couple coming over from the Doha Mags and Qatar. I think this is going to have an atmosphere very much unlike the previous times we've been to Wembley in my lifetime. I think there's going to be something genuinely special amongst our fans this time round.
Hi, my name's Austin. I'm a Newcastle fan and I'm travelling from Guangzhou in China, taking me around 14 hours in total. So I thought, right, put my money where my mouth is, and booked it. And I'm buzzing. I can't believe it, to be honest. It's still quite surreal. Saturday night, I can imagine it's going to be massive. Trafalgar Square and all the rest of it. There's going to be tons of us. It's going to be great.
Worth every mile and penny, I guess.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. It's not a cheap trip. I said to my dad, he's covering the hotel cost. And in terms of getting a ticket, obviously, because I'm over here, I'm not a season ticket holder. But ticket or not, the atmosphere down there, it's going to be electric. God forbid we win that Sunday night. I'm flying back Monday. If we do win on Sunday, that's going to be one hell of a hangover.
I wish I'd never been away. I'd kiss the ground for the welcome sound of me mother saying, anyhow, I'm coming home, Newcastle. I might as well have been in jail. I'd walk the streets all day, I'll wait for a bottle of your own brown ale. I'm coming home, Newcastle. If you never win the cup again, I'll brave the...
That's the sound of Geordies who've made the trip from around the world to be here in London for today's massive game in the League Cup final against Manchester United. And I'm joined now by another couple of lads who've made a slightly shorter trip. We've got Scott, who's come down from Gateshead, and Charlie, who's from Gateshead, but you've actually come from Manchester, is that right?
Oh, yeah, it is.
So you're at uni in Manchester. I mean, look, you need Newcastle to win today just so you don't have to face the torrent of Man United fans, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I've talked the talk a bit too much in Manchester, so if not, I think it's straight back to Gateshead for me, if I'm being honest.
Forget the degree, forget university. It's straight back. Although, to be honest, most Man United fans seem to come from London, to be honest. So you won't see any Man United fans up there, Charlie. Scott, obviously you've come down from Gateshead. Have you had a good trip so far?
It's been class. Went to Trafalgar yesterday. Mental scenes in there. Great, brilliant photos. Bit of a splash in the fountain. Nothing better. Nothing better.
Did you dip your toe in there? Did you?
Didn't know. I couldn't get close enough. I came way too late. Couldn't get anywhere near.
That's it. I mean, look, I walked down there last night, and you kind of think, oh well, yeah, there's going to be a few thousand people. It's going to be exciting, but the atmosphere was incredible, wasn't it?
It was brilliant. It's brilliant to see. This is my first final. Well, obviously, it's been a while, hasn't it? But no, everything I expected and more. And no Man United fans in sight anywhere. Haven't seen the first ones today coming down the lane. It's been pretty brilliant, overwhelming.
This is it. To be honest, I saw your hair, Charlie. Because let me explain this to you. Charlie's got a corking little haircut on. We've got pink and orange and green and blue, and we've got a smiley face on the back. To be honest, your hair was the first different colour I'd seen to black and white. I think I haven't seen a Man United fan anywhere.
Yeah, no, to be fair, they'll probably be coming around the corner from there. house or something like that at this point. I was expecting a few yesterday, even coming down from Manchester yesterday. There was only Newcastle people getting on the train from Manchester yesterday, so just makes you question if there is actually any Manchester fans from there.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to see when we go in the stadium later on whether there are in fact Man United fans showing up today. Look, what would it mean? What would it mean, Scott, to see Newcastle lift a trophy today?
Well, there would be at least $3,000 in my pocket. I'm robbing the bookies today. Sean Longstaff winner. But no, it'd be absolutely brilliant if we could get a win today. Brilliant to take home that.
Yeah, and I mean, Charlie, I presume you're sort of lifelong Newcastle fan. This is the moment you probably dreamed of.
Oh, aye, 100%. And just see the faces on everyone I know from Manchester who supported. Just see their faces of disappointment when I come back with a smile on my face.
Absolutely. Well, Charlie, Scott, hopefully you do end this game with a smile on your face. Thank you very much for chatting to me today.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, lads. Have a good one. That's Scott and Charlie making their way up Wembley Way to get into the stadium ahead of today's game. The gates are starting to open now, I am told. Newcastle fans starting to make their way into Wembley ahead of that game. Thank you very much for your messages as well. 81333, start your message with the word BBC if you'd like to text us. We have got Liz who sent us, and just a shout out please for Tom Broderick and my brother John Mason. They're on Wembley Way right now. I gave up my ticket to my brother Liz. Incredible. She says, great love has no sister. Come on, Newcastle. Well, Liz, I hope you have a good day listening to the full match commentary here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Matt in Morpeth as well has been on. Nice to hear from you, Mama B. Regular on the breakfast show throughout the week. Says, hi, Matt. A couple of mates are in Germany working last week. Don't know if they got back in time, but give Mick and Paul Wood a big shout out. Best of luck to Newcastle. And Philip says, hope Newcastle do it for the North East. Keep your messages coming in, and we will continue to build up right here on Wembley Way on BBC Radio Newcastle.
I was a liar, I gave into the fire. I know I should have fought it, at least I'm being honest. Feel like a failure, cause I know that I failed you. I should have done you better, cause you don't wanna lie. And I know she gives you everything, but boy, I couldn't give it to you. And I know that you got everything, but I got nothing here without you. So one last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. One more time, I promise that after that I'll let you go. But I don't care if you got hurt in your heart. All I really care is you wake up in my arms. One last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. I don't deserve it, I know I don't deserve it, but stay with me a minute, I swear I'll make it worth it. Can't you forgive me, at least just temporarily? I know that this is my fault, I should have been more careful. And I know she gives you everything, but boy, I couldn't give it to you. And I know that you got everything, but I got nothing here without you, baby. So one last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. One more time, I promise that after that I'll let you go. Baby, I don't care if you got hurt in your heart. All I really care is you wake up in my arms. One last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. I know I should have fought it, at least I'm being honest. You stay with me a minute, I swear I'll make it worth it. Cause I don't wanna be without you. One last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. One more time, I promise that after that
But Ariana Grande on BBC Radio Newcastle. This is Matt here, live from Wembley Way, building up to Newcastle United's big League Cup final against Manchester United. John's been on, saying, gutted I can't be at Wembley, but loving the build-up. Really hope I get to hear Razor and Ando's commentary on a Newcastle United win. Hope everyone enjoys today, no matter what. Away the tune. Thanks, John, for your messages. Keep them coming through this afternoon. We're hearing from fans all over the world. We're hearing fans from all over the northeast, and of course from around Wembley Way today. Dennis joins me, making his way up to the ground. Dennis, excited for the match?
Oh yes, yes. We're supposed to come down today. Decided to cancel that. We jumped in the car and came down yesterday to enjoy all the celebrations at Trafalgar Square.
Yeah. Did you? You were one of the thousands at Trafalgar Square. It was an incredible night, wasn't it?
Brilliant, brilliant. Glad we came down here early because boom, just blew your head off. Brilliant, tremendous was.
And have you ever experienced anything like this before? Have you ever been to any of the finals? Obviously, 1999, the last time you were here.
99, yeah, I was here at 76. I've been to Barcelona for the European expeditions in Barcelona. Been around with them. I gave me a season ticket about 3-4 years ago because I just had enough Ashley.
Yeah.
You know, I had a season ticket about 40 odd years and I just lost my love with the club. No, could be regretting it, but yeah.
Well, the thing is, I don't think you're alone, Dennis. I think a lot of people fell out of love a little bit at times, and as much as everyone wanted to love the club, it was a long, hard slog for a lot of people. I don't think you're alone there, Dennis. We spoke to a few people who are like that. However, have you felt your passion reignited for them this year?
Yeah, yes. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for me son-in-law having to go and work in America, and he's a season ticket holder, so I got his tickets.
Dennis, by any chance, did you arrange for him to get that job in America? Is that right?
I wish I had of.
Dennis, I mean, look, you know, as I say, you've been here for previous finals. In '99, it didn't go the way that we wanted it to. Today, obviously, a chance to get revenge on Man United.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's 50-50, but I think we're 2-1 to 2.
2-1 at the tune, we'll take that. Should we get a big away the lads from everyone? Well, not too bad. We're warming up here. We're warming up down here on Wembley Way. Newcastle fans making their way up towards Wembley ahead of the game. And for head coach Eddie Howe and his players, today is an opportunity to become, quite simply, legends in Newcastle.
People that I do bump into around the training ground or wherever life takes me, yeah, they're just their passion for Newcastle hits you like a steam train, you know, and that's everywhere you go. Newcastle is such a hotbed of passion and support for its local team, and it's an amazing place to experience being working in football.
There's been sort of 2 or 3 generations who maybe haven't experienced this team, this club winning anything, and for them still to back with for as long as we have, and the crowds that will get you, and the passion for the football in the city, I just think that shows how much of a big club Newcastle is, and we won our trophies of that as well.
Yeah, you probably never think it's going to happen, and obviously me personally, you don't know if you're going to be here, you don't know if you're not going to be here, and yeah, the fact that I can sort of sit here now and know I'm going to play in a cup final for Newcastle is yeah, something I've always dreamt of, and the fact that we're going to get to do it on Sunday is something I'm really looking forward
to. I'm one of those characters, if I wear the armband or not, I don't mean that with any disrespect. I try and represent the club in the right way, but yeah, to lead the lads out, if I do that, it'll be a huge honour. But the most important thing is the team, and hopefully get the result that we want.
And it's big moment, not only a big moment for me, but a big moment for sort of family and friends as well.
And finally, you can't look too far ahead, but you must have in the back of your mind some kind of dance planned if you win.
I wouldn't say I've got anything planned. I think I will just go with what feels right, so I'm just going to try and get as many celebrations in as possible if we win. But
just be freestyling?
Yeah, I'll just freestyle it, I'll be fine.
yeah, we know it's going to be tough. Any cup final is going to be tough, no matter who you're playing. But yeah, like I said, it's a game we're really looking forward to, and we're really quietly confident group, and yeah, really looking forward to the game.
I don't get any nerves, I don't feel the pressure. It's just more you're in the moment, you're in the zone, and giving a good account of yourself for club or country, and I'll be doing that for Newcastle.
Well, it would mean everything to me. Of course it would. It would mean everything to me to make the Newcastle supporters happy, proud, and I'd love nothing more than to see them celebrating on Sunday night.
I'm not bothered.
There we go. Eddie Howe, Dan Burns, Sean Longstaff, Kieran Trippier. The chance to become legends today for Newcastle United in the League Cup final. It's Matt here on Wembley Way, building up to full match commentary from 4:30 this afternoon. From 2:30, Simon Pryde will take over from me. He is getting set up inside Wembley right now. They didn't let me in. I'm sort of stood outside looking at Wembley. Simon Pryde is in there, and he's going to bring you all the build-up ahead of Razor and Ando kicking off from 4:30. I'm out here chatting to all of the Newcastle United fans making their way up to the fan zone, which is just away to my right, and then up to the stadium, including Paul. Morning, Paul. Well, afternoon, Paul. How are you?
I'm fine, spot on. Big shout out Alan Newsom posse, because I'm here, yous aren't.
Now, Paul, you are here on Wembley Way, but like thousands of Newcastle fans, you haven't actually got a ticket to get in the game, have you?
Nope, I'm here at work, believe it or not. I'm just standing here, feeling the atmosphere. I went to Trafalgar Square last night, bumped into a few celebrities, which we better not mention because they've already been seen on Facebook.
No, we are going to talk about that, absolutely. So, Paul is a coach driver, and you've driven lots of people down here. You are one of the people who've had to put up with singing and everything else on the bus on your coach. We won't get into the worst things that you've had. However, you were in Trafalgar Square last night. It was an incredible atmosphere. We went down ourselves at BBC Radio Newcastle, and there were videos on our Facebook page and that. And you bumped into a few people, didn't you?
I did. I bumped into Sam Fender and the two owners, which I went, what the hell are you twos doing here? You'll get lynched if they find out you're here. But they says, we started this.
Well, this is it. So, obviously, Sam Fender was there, and the full band that were there, they had the saxophone. It was incredible, that incredible atmosphere. And then you may have seen this on social media today. Mehrdad Qadusi and Jamie Rubin, two of the Newcastle United owners, were there with their hoods up. But you spotted them, Paul.
Yep. Well, I just happened to walk in front. I just took them off and they were walking away because it was all the fans had spotted them. So they were trying to get away. I went, you're mental. I said, I wouldn't have even dared come down here. But you know what it is? They're just supporters. That shows you how much the club means to them because they're there supporting their club. Because it feels like their club. It does feel like their club. We had 14 years of Ashley. We're getting something a bit better now.
Well, this is it. Look, it feels like the club's on the up. Whatever happens at today's game, it feels like Newcastle United has turned a corner, doesn't it?
It's all set up for Karius to become a one-game hero and play the game of his life, and then go down in folklore as the guy that only played one game for the town.
This is true. Loris Karius looks like he's going to be handed the goalkeeper's shirt today. Obviously, Nick Pope suspended for the final. Martin Dubravka cup-tied today because he's played for Man U in this competition. So Loris Karius maybe handed it. And as you say, I mean, it would be all set up. It would be fairy tale stuff if we got to a penalty shootout and he was the man to save the penalties and win it, wouldn't it?
It would be beautiful, but I do feel it's going to be a 1-1 draw. Longstaff's going to score, and then in the 94th minute, we're going to win.
Paul, if that happens, I'm coming to you for the lottery numbers, okay?
Okay, not a problem. I've never won it yet, so you're not going to win.
Cheers, Paul. That is Paul. He's down here. He's working as a coach driver, but he's here soaking up the atmosphere on Wembley Way, outside Wembley. Like so many thousands of fans are, and as Paul mentioned there, those fans at Trafalgar Square last night, filling Trafalgar Square and really making London black and white for the full weekend. We'll continue our build-up here on Wembley Way. I'll chat to some more people here as they make their way up to the stadium ahead ahead of this afternoon's game on BBC Radio Newcastle.
Control my feet. I just can't control my feet. I just can't control my feet. I just can't control my feet. Sunshine, I don't blame it on the moonlight. I don't blame it on the good times. I blame it on the boogie. I don't blame it on the sunshine. I don't blame it on the moonlight. I don't on the good times. I blame it on the boogie. You just got the sunshine, yeah. Moonlight, good times, boogie. Don't you blame it, sunshine. You just got the moonlight. You just want the good times, yeah. Oh, blame it on yourself, sunshine. Ain't nobody's fault, but you're just that boogie. Oh, not that long. You're just that boogie. Ain't nobody's fault, but you're just that boogie. Dancing all night long.
There's a button been installed here at BBC Radio Newcastle. It says press to exit, but then someone had just installed it upside down. And you can imagine they've just sort of put that on, they've seen it and they've gone, that'll do.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
And lots of people have been sending their that'll do moments in. Paula, you've got one, am I right in saying?
Yes, I do. Our friends decided to have a saloon door on the bathroom. You'd like to go into a Western.
And they only cover half what's inside, yeah?
Not the top and not the bottom, just the middle bit.
And they had that in their bathroom?
They never replaced them.
They never replaced them with a real door? They just left them on?
They did, yeah.
That'll do.
The sound of the North East at breakfast. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East. Live from Wembley, Matt Bailey, BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yes, it is Matt here. As you heard there, normally you've got me on your breakfast show Monday to Friday, but today they have let me out at the weekend, and they've let me out and sent me down to London, where I am on Wembley Way ahead of Newcastle's big game against Manchester United this afternoon. We will be crossing live into the ground from 2:30. Simon Pryde taking you through the rest of your build-up with all the interviews of players ahead of that game, including Kieran Trippier and Sean Longstaff. We're going to be heading to Sean Sean Longstaff's old stomping ground very, very soon. But right now, I'm down here on Wembley Way. I'm joined by three people who've come down from Morpeth. We've got Anna, James and Tony. And to be honest, Tony, I feel like your beard is thoroughly wasted on radio today because it's absolutely glorious.
Ah, thank you. I had to make an impression. Doesn't happen very often, so when it does, make a good impression if you can.
Now let me explain Tony's beard to you. It is it's obviously got a little bit of grey in there, Tony. Not going to lie, normally, but however, it's been adorned with black and white stripes. You've got the black stripes, so it's basically black and white shirt right up into the beard, Tony. You don't know where the shirt stops and the beard starts.
This is true. Mind you, I've gotten a few selfies today where there are a lot of supporters up Wembley Way. I didn't expect that.
I'm not surprised, Tony. I'm going to get myself one with you in just a moment's time. Tony, look, it's an exciting day, isn't it, for Newcastle fans?
Absolutely, long time in coming. I mean, Eddie and the team, they've just done extremely well. Every time you go to the game now, it's just a great game. We play for 90 minutes, we put them under pressure for 90 minutes, and I think today we're going to smash them 2-1.
A big 2-1 victory for the Toon. I mean, look, it would take anything, wouldn't we, really? But I mean, it would be nice to see if Newcastle United lift that cup.
Oh, unbelievable. But I really have my heart set on winning it. Nothing short of a win, but it is what it is. It's a fantastic day, so we'll enjoy whatever comes our way. But I'm sure them Black May ribbons are going to be on that cup today. I'm sure they're going to be on that cup today.
Wonderful. Well, let's hope those red ribbons go home without being used. James, you're down here as well. James, you've not quite grown Tony's beard yet.
Not yet, no.
No, maybe that's for future years, yeah?
Hopefully, yes.
James, obviously, this is presumably first final you've ever been to as a Newcastle fan, because there's not been many of them, has there? So how excited are you today?
Oh, I'm really excited, yeah. First final, really happy to be here.
And you're excited. Who's your favourite player? Who are you looking forward to seeing out there on the pitch today?
I don't have favourites. I like everyone in the team. They all work really hard, but I'm looking forward to the local boys, Sean Longstaff and Dan Byrne.
Yeah, I mean, what a moment it'll be for them stepping out onto the pitch, wearing the black and white stripes. It really does mean something. It's sort of every local lad's dream, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it's very important for the club to have a good academy to bring good players out of.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, James, for chatting to us. And we've got Anna here as well, trying to sneak away from me right now. Anna, you excited to get in there and get behind the lads?
Yes, very excited. It's been a good day so far, so hopefully that it's a good day when we finish.
Have you got plans if Newcastle do it and if they lift that trophy? Have you got plans? You take the family down to Trafalgar Square? Is that what's happening?
No, we're back at school tomorrow, so we'll probably just drive home in happiness.
Nah, just tell school, tell me teachers, I won't be home for lessons. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do.
Special occasion.
I was saying earlier, it's probably the worst day to have a sick day tomorrow. If you're genuinely feeling a bit peaky tomorrow and you call in work, no one's going to believe you, are they?
No, definitely not. Like, they're 100% going to know that you are here or supporting the team somewhere.
Although, Anna, I can hear, is your voice getting a bit is it a bit croaky there?
Yeah, a little bit croaky.
Yeah, just in case Anna's teachers are listening, voices sound a bit croaky there, so I think maybe we should have the day off tomorrow, Anna.
Yeah, I think that too. Be really good.
Mum and Dad are shaking their heads at us now. Anna, have a wonderful day. Enjoy the game. You feeling hopeful?
Yeah, so hopeful. I hope that I can do it for us. But if not, it's been a fab day so far anyway.
Fantastic. Well, guys, have a wonderful day. Enjoy the rest of your experience down here at Wembley. That's Tony, Anna and James there, all the way down from Morpeth. And it's bizarre. It's bizarre being down in the capital and just bumping into Geordie after Geordie after Geordie. People are like, oh, you're right, mate. How are you doing? It's bizarre. It's like being in the centre of Newcastle right now. It's been like more like the top of the big market rather than on Wembley Way. And as you heard James mention there, it's going to be an exciting day for those local lads who are playing for their boyhood team, including the hero of the semi-final, Sean Longstaff. And our reporter Martin Lindsay's been back to his old school, John Spence Community High in North Shields. And as you'll hear, they are absolutely buzzing about today.
Hi, I'm Mark Burner, and I was Sean's PE teacher and football manager at school. He was always very competitive. He loved the game. Any time that he would be in a PE lesson, he would always be trying to be the best he could be, even trying to beat myself and the other PE teachers in any of the sports that he could. But when he got beat, he would always be a little bit huffy. So that showed that competitive side, and the resilience in him to get better all the time was just fantastic.
What was he like as a person?
Oh, he was a well-liked pupil within the year group. I mean, the year group itself was a really nice year group, very joined, like a community. But he was looked up to, and a lot of the other pupils, and especially the lads on the team, knew there was the star quality there for him to make it as a pro. He had the ability and he had the determination to do it, yeah. Obviously, you have to have a little bit of luck, but Sean was lucky enough to get it. But yeah, he definitely had the star quality.
Cuts inside, Longstaff, touch, and hit, and goal from Sean Longstaff. And the Geordie gives Newcastle the perfect start.
I just had a feeling he was going to score that night. I was telling everybody. I'm not actually a Newcastle fan myself, but I was saying that he's going to score tonight. I just had this feeling. Oh, I mean, it was a right buzz the next day. Obviously, Newcastle getting into the final anyway, but because Sean had got the 2 goals, like everybody was just like up a height. They were loving it, so it was great. Yeah, great atmosphere.
Hi, I'm Harrison and I'm in year 7. Play occasionally in goals, in defence and up top. It's like crazy, like it inspires people, and like knowing that he went to the school, it just makes it like everyone think, especially if we win the final. He went to my school, and like he's just the centrepiece of the team as well. Like him and Joe Linton and like Bruno, they just link up really well.
Hi, my name's Robbie. I'm in year 9 and I play centre mid.
Centre mid, like Sean Longstaff?
Yeah, it's amazing because like all the teachers always talk about him that.
What do you think it is about him that's made him so good?
His work rate, probably. He runs the most on the pitch, I reckon.
Hi, my name is Adam Pilkington, Director of Sport here at John Spence. I taught Sean PE, and he was an all-rounder, to be honest. I was dead jealous, probably, as a PE teacher. Cricket, he played at a county level, badminton, you know, anything he would turn his hand at, he was just fantastic.
I've known him since he was a kid. Even at primary school, I used to go into work with them, so I've kind of followed his journey. He was always special at football. When he kind of was at the academy, you would think, would he make it, would he not make it? It's very difficult to break through. But I think when he did, and when he became professional, and when he, you know, ran out for the first time to St James's Park, I think that's when it's a pinching moment. He's actually made it.
Through for Almiron, the cutback. Here's a chance for number 2. Brilliant. Sean Longstaff has got his, and Newcastle second.
Some of these lads probably weren't born when Sean actually came, so they see him as a Newcastle footballer, I think. We say he came to John Spence, and they know he came to John Spence. It's really inspirational that they know that actually a young person from this school can make it.
I'm Charlie, I'm in year 9 and I play right back. I'm going to Wembley with my dad to see the game, and I'm going to just go around London and have a look around the shops and stuff like that.
Go around the shops?
Yeah.
How excited are you for that then?
I'm very excited. I hope we win, really.
Sean Longstaff's probably going to start in that game, and he went to this school. It must inspire.
Yeah, it does, because you just think that you could do the same, really. Because he's came here, done the same stuff, and he's now playing for Newcastle, so I think we could do the same.
There we go, you can hear very excited. That is all the kids and the teachers from Sean Longstaff's old school, John Spence Community High School in North Shields. Will no doubt be very excited to see him run out on to that Wembley turf today. That Wembley turf that stands behind me now as I am on Wembley Way, chatting to all of the fans who are making their way down for the final today to see if Newcastle United can finally end that 54-year wait for silverware in the League Cup final. Now, two fans who've been at numerous finals before and seen us not quite get that silverware at the time. Rob and George join me. Afternoon, lads.
Live from Wembley, Matt Bailey, BBC Radio Newcastle.
And I just hope they can...
I'm sorry. I think we've just we lost us for a moment. That's what's going to happen down here at Wembley Way. We're working on SIM cards and all that manner of stuff. So forgive us if we do drop out every now and then. To be honest, Rob, I'm going to blame you. I think you broke the system.
Probably I did. Yeah. It's probably the Man United fans trying to knock the Geordies, basically. I think. Yeah,
Rob, you were saying obviously, the last time you saw Newcastle United win a trophy was '69, the Fairs Cup, and Were you there at those games?
Yes, I was there at those games. Fantastic. Just 16-year-old at those times, but absolutely brilliant. I think we've won the Texaco Cup and the Northumberland Senior Cup since then, but that's about as much as we've done. So really, this is the day. We've got to try and do something. As long as we go out there, score a goal, and give a good account of ourselves, and then it's been worth coming, you know.
Absolutely. I mean, you say you've seen Newcastle lift a cup before. Can you explain to the fans who can't even imagine what that feels like? What's that moment like?
It's just absolutely ecstatic. It really is. It's just unbelievable. You can't really describe it. I mean, even when we failed, when the team got a homecoming, you know, after the last finals at the Civic Centre, you know, like the whole of Newcastle was there. So if we're going to win a cup, God knows how many people. Well, I reckon on the news they were saying about 100,000 fans, Newcastle fans in London today. So I mean, where they get that from? I mean, there's only 30,000 tickets. So, you know, it just shows you the level of support we've got and what it means to people.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time you walk out a tube station here, doesn't matter where you are in London, you get off the tube and all you sort of hear is, "We've got Bruno in the middle." It just echoes through the tube. And I mean, to be honest, I imagine George, that's been you most of the times, yeah?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I've spent the morning keeping Rob under control for the nerves, and I had these 4 magpies from Cramlington staying with me overnight. I live in Hertfordshire these days. From a Wales End boy. So it's been great to have them, and we got here nice and early to enjoy the atmosphere.
Absolutely, and what an atmosphere it's been so far. You look around and it is pretty much just black and white, isn't it? I have not seen many Man United fans at all.
My sister's got a sort of dodgy knee, so we came out of Wembley Park in the lift. And there's a guy there emptying the bins. He said, "I haven't seen any Man United fans, and London's full of Geordies."
It absolutely is. And look, I know you've been to many games over the years as well, haven't you?
Yeah, home and away. I've always kept all the tickets for all my travels. So one day when we're in the Champions League, I'll do a collage of the journey to European Championships.
George, I look forward to that. That sounds emotional, George. I absolutely look forward to that day. And you know,
it's either that or autistic, one of the two.
And today, obviously, you know, a chance to rectify the result from 1999 in that FA Cup final, when, you know, things could have gone our way. Shearer hit the post and various other things happened. But today, do you feel like luck is on Newcastle's side? Do you feel like this could be the moment that we've been waiting for?
It's hard to predict. It's going to be a tight game. And I hope, like Rob, we score a goal and we compete.
Okay, and that's all you can ask for, really. Rob, how's the nerves now?
Not so bad. I think you need a coat on, you're shivering.
I came down here and was like, well, I'll be a proper Geordie, I won't wear a coat, and it's cold. It's colder than the northeast down here.
It's a bit parky today, yeah. It is a bit parky. Not what we couldn't expect of Wembley, but no, we'll just keep shivering and keep hoping. You know?
I'll do the shivering, you do the hoping, Rob. Rob, thank you very much for joining us. George,
there's a shirt from a final I played at Wembley.
There we go, the Bellway Homes 1995 trophy, is that?
Yeah, the Brent Business Houses Challenge Cup. Played at Wembley.
It's a wonderful shirt, wonderful shirt. Guys, enjoy the game. Thank you very much for chatting to us right here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Taking you through all your pre-match build-up. There you heard Rob and George. Obviously, Rob, who has seen Newcastle lift a trophy. That last major trophy, 1969, the Intercities Fairs Cup, is the moment that so many Newcastle fans look back. And obviously, the last domestic trophy was in 55, the FA Cup, beating Man City 3-1, 68 years ago. Can they change that? Can they move forward, and can this team lift that silverware this afternoon? Well, we will be finding out first right here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Your full match commentary on the way with Razor and Ando. As always, from 4:30, Pryde will be in the ground from 2:30, and we shall continue to build up to the game right here on BBC Radio Newcastle.
Tell me Matt, Wembley Day.
Hurry the lads! Today this could be the greatest day of our lives. Before it all ends, before we run out of time. the greatest night of our lives. Let's make a new start. The future is ours to find. Can you see it? Can you see it in my eyes? Can you feel it now? Can you hold it in your arms Today this could be the greatest day of our lives. Today this could be the greatest day of our lives. Oh, and the world comes alive, and the world comes alive, and the world comes alive. Oh, 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 stay close to me. Hold on, stay close to me. Watch the world come alive tonight. Stay close to me. Oh, and the world comes alive, and the world, watch the world come alive tonight. Stay close to me. Oh.
Live from Wembley, Matt Bailey, BBC Radio Newcastle.
The noise is starting to build in the background. You can hear the Newcastle fans singing away to my right as I look up to Wembley. The steps to that famous stadium filled with black and white stripes as the Newcastle United fans make their way into the stadium for today's League Cup final against Manchester United. It's Matt here on your build-up ahead of 2:30. We'll be heading into the stadium with Simon Pryde and obviously full-match commentary with Razor and Ando coming up from 4:30 this afternoon. Normally you get me on your breakfast show Monday to Friday. They've let me out for the day on the weekend to join all the fans heading into the stadium on Wembley Way. I'm joined now by Kyle, Lee and Stephen. Stephen, I know you listen every morning actually, don't you?
On my commute every morning, Matt. Love it.
Stephen, I thank you very much for putting yourself through the pain every single morning of my breakfast show. It's lovely to see you though. Nice to see you out in person and out here. Excited for the game today?
Oh, it's been brilliant. I'm very excited. It's great to be here. Just been a brilliant 48 hours in London and wasn't it finally here, right? It's been great.
This is it. I mean, it's not just today's game. It's been a real build-up to this, hasn't it, Kyle?
It's a massive build-up of 3 weeks, but also it's like, for us, 20 years in the making. Like, as kids, we watched our dads go to Wembley in the late 90s, and we've waited for this moment for a long time. So it's been a bit... we caught up a bit, like, and it's finally come, and it's brilliant. Like, honestly, I can't tell you how many times I've watched teams come to Wembley and just been jealous, and to have this day is just what we've been waiting for.
Absolutely. As you stay there, you were, young kids watching your dads head off to Wembley and
hearing all the stories for years, like when they tell you about it, like I can't wait for that. And then we just had 20 years of turning into adults and having nothing. And then, like Mike Ashley, obviously what happened, and then when they took over, we thought, we might finally start having like good like days out and stuff like that, and then it's come around a lot quicker than we thought.
Yeah, well, 24 years in the making, as you say. When the takeover happened, I think people were hoping that they might get the chance to come to Wembley. It has come round quicker than you thought. It feels like like a bit of a bonus, this one this season, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I think we're punching above our weight. So, like in terms of the season and the cup, but if we won today, it would be absolutely amazing. And you've just got to hope, really.
Absolutely, and that is what a lot of the Geordies that I've chatted to today, heading up to Wembley, are full of, is hope, Lee. And I imagine, are you taking that in with yourself?
Absolutely, you know, it's the hope that sometimes kills us. So I think we've just got to embrace everything today and you know, give it our all, and that's all we ask of the players today.
Yeah, and obviously you mentioned that you've been in London for a canny while now. 48 hours. Were you at Trafalgar Square last night?
We thoroughly enjoyed Trafalgar Square, although it was a little bit cold, so we spent a couple of hours down there and took it all in. It was a great atmosphere.
Yeah. You didn't take the Speedos and get in the fountain then?
Not this time. Maybe in May when we get the FA Cup next season.
Look, heading into the game today, obviously, you know, Man United, in 1999, they were the team that stopped Newcastle last time. This is a time to get revenge. Do you think it could happen today?
I'm confident. When we got through the semi-final, I was really confident. And obviously, everything that happened with Pope being suspended has changed it. But you know, you've got to have that hope. You've got to have that belief. We've got Bruno back today, and I think that's a game changer. I think we'll come out full belt for 20 minutes, and we'll win this. We will.
I like the confidence, lads. I know it's been a tough 48 hours for you. I can see it in the faces a little bit. Do you want to give us a word, the lads, before you head off?
Oh, well, lads.
There it goes. Stephen still managed to do it. Cheers, lads. Have a wonderful day today. Kyle, Lee and Stephen there. As I say, been in London for 48 hours. And look, there are some slightly jaded faces amongst the fans as they're walking up Wembley Way today. Social media.
has a story to tell.
There's a lot more perks to having alopecia than I thought.
If you're aged 11 to 18, the BBC wants to hear from you.
Just because somebody's disabled doesn't mean that they can't achieve something.
So that your story can be told across TV, radio and online.
I really hope my story has helped people who are going through similar things.
Go to bbc.co.uk/young reporter competition to find out more and see the full rules and privacy notice.
You have a voice that matters.
Entry closes just before midnight on Friday the 31st of March 2023.
Live from Wembley, Matt Bailey, BBC Radio Newcastle.
Very soon we're going to be crossing live into Wembley Stadium. Simon Pryde ready to continue the build-up from inside that famous stadium with the arch that is stretched up above me into the cloudy London sky to here today on a very cold but excitable Sunday on Wembley Way ahead of Newcastle's game against Manchester United this afternoon. You will hear very soon from a few people who, have known Dan Burn over the years. Dan Burn, one of the local lads in the side today, alongside Sean Longstaff and potentially Elliot Anderson as well. And we've been visiting Dan Burn's old stomping ground. We'll do that very soon. Right now, though, just bumped into Adam from War Flags. Good to see you, Adam. Excited for today?
Excited and terrified, to be honest. Obviously, being a VAG I am, it's the first experience of Wembley that isn't just Tottenham away, so this is completely different, and yeah, it's really exciting. Fingers crossed that we can get it done, but yeah, excited, nervous, just all of that in one, really.
All of the emotion in the pit of your stomach, I'd imagine. Has it been turning all morning?
Oh yeah, I mean, I woke up and I just felt sick, really. Gradually throughout the day it's not been that bad, but no, it's still just looking up now at the arch, it's terrifying. Really.
Yeah, it makes it real, doesn't it? Now obviously, Adam, part of War Flags, a lot of people, I guess before this season, a lot of people had never heard of War Flags, but you guys are the organisation behind making St James's Park look so incredible ahead of a lot of the games. All the flags flying, the incredible, massive flag statements that have been made. It's all been down to you lot. And a lot of people have said, you've been a huge part of driving the atmosphere in St James's Park and giving Newcastle the 12th man this year.
I mean, that's the entire aim of the group, really. The whole purpose of what we do is to just try and give the players anything extra. I mean, if we can get St James's to be as loud as possible, then that's just the exact purpose of what we're there for. That's what all the displays are for, and when we change things up and just try different things and just hope that it resonates. We try and pick on certain moments and try and get the tone right for what, for instance, when we had the Kieran Trippier quote of "This city is believing it," and it's that at a certain point where it really resonates with the crowd and just hopefully gets everyone up to support the lads as much as possible, really.
Absolutely. You talk picking those moments and those times. A lot of people who were setting off from the northeast yesterday, and well, whether they saw it in person or whether they saw it on social media, you left a little message in the northeast, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. I mean, in the 90s there was the Shearer shirt on the Angel of the North, so we thought we'd leave a little leaving gift as we were heading down yesterday. I mean, I wasn't part of it, but the lads and lasses who were there yesterday morning did a great job against the elements, because I drove past about half an hour before they were sorting it, and it was appalling weather, really. So the reaction to that as well has been incredible. Just it shows how much that the city is behind this club right now, and being part of a one city club. I mean, Newcastle, Sunderland as well, pretty similar in that. It is a bit different when it's one city fully behind a club, and it's definitely the case right now in Newcastle. I mean, I think someone said it's our most liked post on social media. Yeah. The picture of the shirt or cape adorning the Angel of the North. But no, it's just our little leaving present for this weekend. So we're overwhelmed by the positive reaction from the rest of the city and everyone getting behind the lads this weekend.
Absolutely. No, I was expecting to see that have been taken down by now, because I think they're normally pretty quick with things that go up on the Angel. However, I do believe your flag, or cape as we're calling it, is still up on the Angel today. And I know you've been encouraging the Newcastle fans as well to bring their scarves today. We have seen that Man United have actually put scarves on their seats. They've had to provide their own scarves, but you're hoping that the Newcastle fans will be in there twirling their scarves once more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Live from Wembley, Matt Bailey, BBC Radio Newcastle.
I don't think we honestly expected the level of participation that we got. Honestly, we were overwhelmed by how positively the crowd got behind it and showing up for both of those games, walking up to St James's, and it was literally like everyone had a scarf. Like we couldn't believe it, and just hope that. So, like, for today we've got our display where we've got something on every seat which we want everyone to raise it. For the players coming out, we've got a couple of other bits as well. But like during the game as well, if we could repeat the scarf twirling that we've seen at St James's for the Southampton and the Leicester game, that would just be incredible, really.
Absolutely. Well, Adam, look, a big thank you from everyone across the North East who have, I think, who've been getting in touch. World Flag's doing incredible things this year and making St James's Park look amazing, and hopefully today making Wembley look amazing, and hopefully inspiring the lads to a win.
Like I said before, that's exactly the purpose of what we are as a group. All we ever want to, every single person in our group, all we want to do is to try and watch Newcastle win some games, watch Newcastle hopefully win a trophy. And if I'm being honest, we can't believe that it's come around so quickly, that we're potentially 90, 120 plus penalties, whatever, away from winning the trophy. It's everything we've wanted. It's something that most people alive haven't really seen. It'll be a new experience for everyone if Newcastle are able to win a trophy, but just fingers crossed that we are able to get over the line. And yeah, it'd be great if everyone who's been lucky enough to get a ticket today does raise their voices and make it an incredible spectacle for everyone involved.
Amazing, Adam. Well, thank you for hanging out with us today, and enjoy the game.
No worries, fingers crossed.
Cheers. That's Adam from World Flags there, talking to us here.
Live from Wembley, Matt Bailey, BBC Radio Newcastle.
Sorry, we are having some connection issues, I am told. So what's happening? We're using a load of SIM cards. Got about 10 on the go, I think, at the moment. And as it crosses between the SIM cards, there's lots of fans now packing out Wembley Way, and we do keep dropping out here and there. So apologies for any interruptions, but we are still here. We are still building up to this big game. And I'm down here meeting the fans and talking to everyone as they make their way into the stadium. Now, Roger Banks has come all the way, am I right in saying, from Canada, Roger?
Toronto, yeah, I landed yesterday morning. Yeah.
Incredible. So how long's that journey that you've spent to get here?
7 hours from Toronto to Heathrow. So it was a long day, a long night.
Now, you only moved to Canada a few weeks back. And how did you? So at what point were you like, right, when I'm in Canada now, I need to get back for the game?
Well, as we've progressed in the rounds, it was getting a bit more likely that was going to happen, and we knew it was coming up that we're moving away. But I was like adamant that, like, if it happens, then I've got to come back. And luckily, my wife's quite supportive, even though it was her birthday yesterday. So happy birthday, Vicky. Yeah, she was like, you've just got to come across. Like, she understands, she gets it, you know. So
hang on a second. You moved to Canada a couple of weeks back, and then it's your Mrs. Vicky's birthday.
Yeah.
And then, so you're not in there for her birthday, and she was fine about you coming back here.
Yeah, well, like I say, it was only her 39th. It wasn't her 40th or anything, you know. It wasn't a significant birthday. But I saw her in the morning, and then she was sleeping because she'd been travelling, and then she dropped us off at the airport, and here I am.
And here you are, and you've got a ticket for the game, and you're excited.
Yeah, very excited. Sort of the nerves have just kicked in as we came down the stairs there. A little bit of Alex Ferguson squeaky bum time, I would say. But yeah, like, it's just amazing to see everybody together, and, you know, really amazing atmosphere. No trouble, just good crack, good people. So hopefully we'll win. You know, that's the most important thing.
Well, I tell you what, Roger. Let's hope it's worth the journey. Yeah. Let's hope it's worth the grief that you get off the missus when you get back.
She won't. She doesn't. She, even though she's from Scarborough, she's an adopted Geordie, so she gets it. So she'll be watching at home. So hopefully we'll get the win for the lads.
Fantastic. And for you, Roger, who's made that trip back from Canada, appreciate it. Thanks for talking to us on BBC Radio Newcastle.
No problem at all. It was a pleasure.
Enjoy the game, Roger. Enjoy the game. That is Roger, one of the many fans who has made journeys small and large to Wembley, as the Wembley Way really does start to fill up now with fans making their way up to the stadium. And one of those fans is now playing for the club. We've got a couple of local heroes who will be seen running out onto that Wembley field today. We've heard from all the people who sort of used to knock around with Sean Longstaff. We've heard from them earlier on in the programme. And before we hand over to Pryde in the stadium, how could we not focus on this man?
I'm going to get me suit measured. Come on, lads!
Yeah, Blythe's very own Dan Byrne. He's had his suit measured. Very soon he'll be out on that Wembley pitch. Now, we paid a visit to some of Dan's old stomping grounds to hear what they make of Newcastle's Cup hero.
I'm happy. I'm going to get me suit measured. Come on, lads!
Sandra Orr, Chair Blythetown Football Club. Dan started football with Blythetown, so that's our claim to fame on Dan, but obviously he's played for other local clubs, but with him being a Blythe lad, I don't suppose it would have mattered who he played for. Everybody in the town's behind him and quite excited by it all. We'll always remember him because he was a tall blonde kid, and his parents got quite involved in the club, and his brother played for quite a long time, so they've been very much part of our club, so Dan feels like part of our family.
Dan Burn! Oh! Dan Burn's first Newcastle United goal, and it's a huge goal from the giant defender to put them in front in the Cup quarter-final. What a moment for the boy from Blythe.
He's done extremely well, and he plays with his heart and everything he's got, and that's evident, and that's all Newcastle supporters want. So yeah, when he scored the other week, I think there was a few tears around Blythe. People were that emotional that he actually scored. You know, it was brilliant. We always want Newcastle to do well, obviously, but every time Dan gets the ball, there's always a bit of raising noise in the clubhouse.
Life and football for me is about moments. There's two moments that I want you to reflect on today. First one is the final whistle. The second is Dan Byrne's goal in front of the Gallagher.
Dan Byrne, what do you make of him?
Well, he normally comes down here and buys a couple of things up us, but I haven't seen him for a week since he's joined Newcastle. He's obviously come with the money, so but he is great. He's done well. He's local lad. We've got a couple of new local lads on there now. Longstaff, really good. Burns, top class.
Blythe on the map now. Just the songs I've got about him, you know, and it's brilliant. Like I say, I wish we had him years ago.
He's been great, he's been excellent this season. Really good to see someone from the North East, local lad and all that. It's been brilliant.
Now, can you do the Dan Byrne dance?
No. No.
Right, Newcastle are in the Cup final this weekend. Are you excited for the Cup final?
Yes!
Who's your favourite player?
Dan Byrne. He's got lots of expressions from and I like when he's at the back. He never gives up.
There we go. Dan Byrne's old stomping grounds. We went and had a little wander around and heard how excited Blythe is ahead of today's game to watch him run out onto that pitch alongside other local lads, Sean Longstaff, hopefully Elliot Anderson, and the rest of that Newcastle United team, as they hope to change history today. Hoping to end a 54-year wait for silverware against Manchester United in today's League Cup final at Wembley. You can hear, I am down on Wembley Way, it's Matt here. On Wembley Way you can hear in the background the Geordies singing, the Newcastle United chants echoing around London ahead of today's game. We will of course have full match commentary from 4:30 this afternoon of this game. But right now, well, in just a moment's time, we'll be crossing live into the stadium with Simon Pryde right here on BBC Radio Newcastle.
This is more like it.
Our League Cup journey began at Prenton Park.
Coming from behind to beat League 2 Tranmere Rovers.
But penalties at St James's Park had us holding our breath.
Pope, the hero, with 3 spot kicks saved.
Into the 4th round, and Wembley beckoned after an own goal by Bournemouth.
Newcastle United reaching the quarter-finals of the League Cup.
Next, we were let loose on Leicester City, and the boy from Blythe sent us in front.
And it's a huge goal from the giant defender.
But that wasn't all the black and whites had in the bag.
And through for Joel Linton, who could be in for number 2.
Into the semi-final first leg, and Southampton succumbed.
90 minutes, potentially only away from Wembley.
But it was at St James's Park that Longstaff, the legend, sent fans wild.
They've done it.
We're going to Wembley, and that's it.
Matt Bailey will be live outside Wembley with the fans ahead of full match commentary with Matthew Racebeck and John Anderson. Today from 12.
Great sport kicks off here.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
So, 2 hours to go, just under 2 hours to go, in fact. Thank you very much indeed to Matt Bailey for the last 2.5 hours from Wembley Way. I was down there with him at the beginning of his broadcast there. It was fantastic. Even very early in the morning, there were hundreds, thousands of Newcastle United supporters there gathering ahead of this afternoon's final. And Matt set the scene perfectly for what lies ahead. Great to hear from so many people, young and old, for whom today is so important. We will hear some more from some of those thousands of Newcastle supporters who've made the trip here as we build up to what is a 4:30 kickoff this afternoon in the EFL Cup final. Newcastle United so close to their first piece of domestic silverware in 68 years, would you believe. Now, today's opponents, Manchester United, have lifted no fewer than 32 domestic trophies in that time. They are the bookmakers' favourites this afternoon as well, but that doesn't mean anything when the whistle blows at 4:30. I'm Simon Pryde, and I'm now inside Wembley Stadium, where it's relatively calm compared to the mayhem outside that Matt has been enjoying. Here with me, our Newcastle United commentator Matthew Racebeck, John Anderson, the former Newcastle and Republic of Ireland fullback, and Steve Howie, the former United and England centre-half. So, how's everybody feeling? Razor, you first. Any pre-commentary nerves?
Not yet, Pridey. I think like all the black and whites that have travelled down to Wembley, many without tickets, just really grateful to be here, happy to be here, and to be about to watch Newcastle play in a cup final for the first time in what's been, as you've outlined, a very long time. It's going to be a fantastic day, I think, whatever happens, but it could be a really magical day if it goes right on the pitch. It's just a tantalising prospect, and I can't wait.
And people are starting to drift into the stadium. A few supporters are already here. They're going to enjoy the full build-up. Some of the familiar Newcastle United flags are being draped over the railings at the front of where the Newcastle fans are going to be gathered away to our right. And I think we can expect some pretty spectacular stuff from War Flags as well, who, with a bit of help from the club, are planning something ahead of kick-off this afternoon. Where are you now, Rose? Where in the commentary position up here, just to the right of the halfway line as we look at it? You've gone for a wander, haven't you, with the roving microphone? So are you just able to pick up a bit of the atmosphere further down towards the pitch?
Yes, I'm just a couple of rows back from the pitch, Pridey, and the perimeter. Yes. So yeah, looking up at you in the commentary position. And the good thing about our broadcast point at Wembley this time is that we are on the Newcastle side of the ground, so it's like a horseshoe, the way that the tickets are allocated to the two sets of fans. Newcastle have got the west end of Wembley, and so have we, so I'm sure that it's going to be coming through our microphones and the speakers really loud, the noise that the supporters will make. Just over 32,000 of them, and as you've just mentioned, quite a few are coming in now. They've all been given different entry times, different slots to arrive at Wembley and then come through the turnstiles, and the red seats of Wembley are starting to be occupied by plenty of people from the northeast and beyond, all wearing black and white. And it'll be the first time that this stadium has had
Newcastle fans in it, apart from Premier League games against Spurs when they only got a couple of thousand, and I just can't wait until kick-off comes to see what it looks like with half of it all in black and white.
Yeah, it's going to look fantastic. It's going to sound even more fantastic, and we will take you right up to kick-off here on BBC Radio Newcastle. We'll let you sample the atmosphere inside the ground. You'll hear a bit more from fans outside the ground as well. We will bring you interviews with some of the key people today, including Eddie Howe and some of his players, and we will just bring you a full and proper flavour of what is a very, very special afternoon for Newcastle United, back here at Wembley for the first time in a long, long while. John Anderson is alongside me. Ando, you've seen every game on this League Cup run. Question is now, can they finish the job?
You would hope so. I mean, the cup run, it was a strange one because drawn away at Tranmere, and then the rest of the games were at home, apart from obviously the first leg of the semi-final, which they came through relatively comfortably. It's been a comfortable cup run. You would have liked to have played Manchester United probably 6 weeks ago, if I'm perfectly honest, when we were really flying. We were at the top of our game, we were scoring goals, good energy levels about us. I think since then energy levels have dropped a little bit, and we're finding goals difficult to come by. Manchester United have run into a little bit of form. Good win in midweek against Barcelona, so their confidence will be high. But as I've said in Total Sport, Pryde, on our day, and we've shown it this season, that we're capable of beating anybody, we're capable of giving anybody a game. So you would hope that we could bring our A game here today, and if we bring our A game here today, there's no reason in the world why we can't win it.
You look immaculate, by the way. I thought I'd put a shirt and tie, and I always do when I have come to Wembley covering whichever teams I have in the past here. It's the first time I've covered Newcastle here, and I'm usually the smartest. Not today.
No.
You're looking fantastic. Nick Barnes would be proud of the jacket.
Well, got to be done. It doesn't happen that often. So when it happens, you've got to enjoy it. You've got to buy into the spirit of it, and hopefully at the end of it we're all celebrating. Look at it. It was crazy walking up Wembley Way. It was crazy last night.
I don't know how many times you stopped for pictures.
Oh dear. But even last night, Pryde, we went out for something to eat, and all you heard was Geordie voices. I doubt there's anybody left in the northeast. The amount of people we met this morning who've just come down, who haven't got tickets.
So many of them.
It's incredible. They've come down just to savour the atmosphere, to savour the occasion. And look, if cup finals were won by crowds, this one would be over. We walked down Wembley Way this morning, never seen a red Manchester United shirt. It was just all black and white.
For every red shirt that we've seen 20,000 black and white ones.
If anybody deserves to win something, and if anybody deserves something to celebrate, it's these supporters, because as I say, they've come down here in their absolute thousands.
If you happen to be listening to us now outside the ground via your phone and you still haven't got a ticket, well, Steve Howie's alongside me. He's probably still got a few spares. People have been asking Steve for spares all day today, even, Steve. I would imagine you're still getting the requests, aren't you? Yeah.
Just got
still got any left, or
just got rid of the last one.
He gave me the last one this morning, actually.
So I mean, Steve, you've played here in the 98 final. You would have played in 99, wouldn't you, but for injury as well. How will the players, now that we have less than 2 hours to go to kick-off, how will they be feeling right now?
Nervous, which they should be, but also very, very excited. I was just talking to Shane Given in the lounge there. He said that the boys are absolutely desperate to get out and get on with it, which is great to hear. As Ando was saying, and I've said before earlier, as a kid growing up, you want to play in these big games. You want to be playing at Wembley. You want to be playing for cups in finals, and to play in this arena. I mean, it's absolutely fabulous that it's obviously been redone. But the fans, I mean, obviously yourself and Ando has been speaking about it just there. The fans it's been absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I came down on the train yesterday. The train was I think there was 9 carriages and there wasn't a single seat. I would say 99.9% of the people on the train were Newcastle fans.
Yeah, bad luck if you'd booked a trip to the British Museum a few months ago and you got on that train, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine somebody's luck that maybe he's just wanting to go down London for the day and they've booked it for that. But it was all good fun. It was all good natured. When we got to King's Cross, everybody piled outside, and then they all came together and started singing. There was kind of smoke bombs going off and flares and stuff like that, and it was just fantastic. And the noise was unbelievable. You've seen people walking around that were kind of either passing King's Cross or going in, stopping and filming it, because it was just a sight to see. People was just like, wow, they are absolutely crazy fans. These come down in the thousands, 100% behind the team. And as Ando said, and a lot of people have said, you know, we've waited a long time for this. Hopefully we can send them back today in a happier mood than we have done in the past.
You've mentioned nerves there. They will be feeling nerves. Even the most experienced players, some of the Manchester United players that have been there and done it before, they'll be feeling nerves as well. My question to you is, how do you cope with that? I mean, I'm the sort of person that if I've got 2 people watching me and I'm teeing off at golf, I go to pieces. And so how do you cope, you know, when you've got near 100,000 people at Wembley watching your every move, plus a massive TV audience, people listening on the radio around the world as well? So, I mean, yeah, how do you deal with that when you know the magnitude of the occasion and what victory would mean?
Well, for me, I always like to get out early and get a feel of the pitch, feel of the ball on the pitch, just feel comfortable with it, just be aware of my surroundings. But for me, again, it was at the start of the game, before the kick-off, you're nervous, you're looking around, you know how important it is, and this is just in normal, you know, if you're playing Premier League football, it's still the same, the intensity's still there. But once I get my first touch, then I felt fine. The thing is you know, I used to tell myself, this is why you became a footballer. You know, this is why you want to be at these places, and you've got to have a bit of self-confidence in your own ability. You know, say to yourself, you know, you deserve to be here. You're a good player. Be confident. Be composed and be you on the ball. So for me personally, it was just about the first touch and just taking it all in and then getting game face on. Obviously, a lot of people are different.
We will bring you the team news, of course, as soon as we get it, an hour or so before kick-off, maybe slightly earlier. Sometimes happens on occasions like these. Razor, as far as the Newcastle side is concerned, well, I guess the main question marks are over Joe Willock. A lot of talk as to whether he will be involved at all this afternoon. And if he isn't, well, I think it's probably fair to say that the vast majority of the places in the starting 11, we can guess pretty accurately, can't we?
Well, yes, if Joe Willock doesn't make it, and I don't think there's any expectation that Willock will start today, then that would mean Joe Linton going back into midfield, which is his best position on the left of that 3. It will also offer them more protection down that side ahead of Dan Burn at left back, as expected. And then it would open up a place in the front 3, probably for Alan Saint-Maximin, who was very good against Liverpool in difficult circumstances for Newcastle last weekend, and it was good to see him play well. I think he is the man for the big occasion, and there's nothing bigger than a Wembley final. So someone will be a hero today. Well, there may be more than one hero. If Newcastle win, they'll all be heroes, but I think he will enjoy the responsibility and I think relish the opportunity of being the star today, Saint-Maximin, if, as we think, he'll play on the left. The other area that I think we should talk about, Pryde, is centre forward, because Alexander Isak has started a couple of games. Callum Wilson didn't go to Bournemouth a few weeks ago because of tightness in his hamstring. He came on late last weekend, had a good chance to score, and I think if he's sharp, if he's fully fit, he would score. Does Eddie Howe play Wilson, leave Isak on the bench, and maybe introduce him later when his speed and his skill could cause problems if Newcastle need to get a goal to get back into the game? Or is there an option, is there a possibility, something we haven't seen yet, of the two of them starting together and maybe Isak operating from the left? When they have played together, Eddie Howe changed the system. In the Fulham game, Isak came on, played behind Wilson in a number 10 role. Yeah. So there's I think a few decisions to be made by Eddie Howe, but I think, as you say, most of the team picks itself, and certainly, unless there are any injuries that we're not aware of, the back 4, we definitely know what that's going to be. settled back four in front today of a new goalkeeper.
Yeah, we'll talk about Loris Karius as the afternoon progresses. Of course we will. Just to go back to some of the points that raised there with Ando and Steve. Ando, firstly, the striker then, Callum Wilson. I think we both think it's going to be Callum Wilson rather than Alexander Isak if he does play, as Razor says, with some maximum on the left, which seems likely. Would you think that it would be Wilson this afternoon?
Yeah, I think so. Isak's played up there in the last couple of games, and he doesn't look like he's a player who enjoys playing with his back to goal. He doesn't back into people. I don't think he's physically strong enough to hold people off. He's got quick feet and he's got pace about him. He likes to pick it up and see people and see green grass ahead of him and be able to run at people. I think Wilson's a different type of player. He's more of a physical presence. He doesn't mind mixing it with centre backs. He puts himself about. He works the channels well. As far as playing the two of them together, I don't see that.
No.
I don't see him changing the formation for a cup final, especially a formation that's worked so well for him, not just in the cup competitions, but in the league, throughout the league campaign. So I don't think Willock will be fit. I don't think Willock will play. I think St. Maximin will play on that left-hand side. And I think the side virtually picks itself. It'll be interesting to see. I think if Wilson's fit, Wilson plays.
Yeah.
Okay. But we'll have to wait and see.
Steve, would you go along with that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the fact of Isak and Wilson. It would mean him kind of changing his formation, which I think he's more than happy on the one that he has and he favours. And obviously, for me, for all of us, I think we're going to have to wait and see what is happening with Willock. Is he going to be fit? I'm not too sure, and how serious the injury was, but it's a fantastic opportunity for St. Maximin to come in. I think he's done okay when he's come back in the team. Obviously, he'd found himself. Well, it just goes to show how well Newcastle had done, because he was kind of the star man, and then he couldn't get in the team. So it's a big opportunity for him in a big game. But they've got to start nice and bright. They've got to start sharp, and if they do that, I think they can cause Manchester United problems. I've seen Manchester United a few times recently, and they do concede a lot of chances. And if they do get them chances, they've got to make sure this time we put them away.
The stadium is filling up quite quickly now. Since I first mentioned the fans were coming in, a lot more have arrived. I can see a Brazil flag being unfurled there as well by a couple of fans in black and white shirts who are just getting a selfie taken here at Wembley. Plenty of supporters determined to enjoy every single moment of this occasion. They're going to be in here to savour the atmosphere as we build up to a 4:30 kickoff here on BBC Radio Newcastle this afternoon. You are going to hear from Dan Byrne and Kieran Trippier, from Sean Longstaff, and of course from Eddie Howe as we build up to kick-off. The first clip I'm going to play you, though, is of the Manchester United manager Erik ten Hag, because I want a little bit of reaction from the lads here on what he said ahead of the game. This is what he said about Newcastle.
I think it's a great team, so it's clear philosophy about they want to play the game. So it's the keyword is intensity. So they do really well. It's an annoying team to play against, so we have to find a way to win them. Annoying. Yeah, they try to annoy you, and so we have to make sure that we play our game and we focus on our game.
Well, that's a compliment, Razor, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing wrong with being annoying, is there? I mean, you should know.
Thanks. Newcastle have been upsetting teams all season, and gone are the days, I think, of Newcastle just, for want of a better phrase, rolling over and not competing. Now, Eddie Howe said it a couple of months ago, we're not here to be liked, we're here to compete. And the supporters loved that line, and it's right. And that's the way they've been all season. Ando has talked a lot during our commentaries and on Total Sport through the week on BBC Radio Newcastle about how they practice some of the dark arts of football. They're very good at it. Other teams have been doing it, so why shouldn't Newcastle? But actually, it's more than that. It's about the way that they play. They're not a soft touch. They're a high-intensity team that presses high and hard, and in the first part of the season was playing some really good attacking football. Now, the goals haven't been coming recently, they've dried up, but they haven't been conceding many goals. They've still been defensively solid, the best and tightest defence in the Premier League. Only 2 goals conceded in 6 League Cup ties on the way to Wembley. So they're a hard team to play against, and if Erik ten Hag thinks that's annoying, well, fair enough. But Newcastle have taken on some of these big teams this season. Pryde, they've beaten Chelsea, they've beaten Spurs. They should have won at Liverpool, at Anfield in August. They drew with Manchester United at Old Trafford and could maybe have got 3 points on that particular day. They really upset Arsenal just after New Year. There were all sorts of touchline rows and antics involving their manager Mikel Arteta. So I think it's refreshing seeing Newcastle compete with these teams, going toe-to-toe. And look, maybe in terms of ability, 11v11, they're not quite there with the very best. But if that means they have to then be a bit more streetwise to get the results that they need, then nobody who follows Newcastle is going to complain about that.
I'm sure that we will see, yes, if Newcastle manage to get in front this afternoon, I'm sure we will see some of the things under which we have seen through the season. I mean, the term dark arts has been used, but you also have to say that, Manchester United will know what they were doing if they're in that situation. They've got some, inverted commas, annoying players as well, and look at Bruno Fernandes, someone like that. He'll know exactly what to do in order to try and kill a game if Manchester United are ahead. So what Newcastle are doing and what they have been doing isn't anything unique to them, is it?
No, look, every team does it. Some are better at doing it than others. I think we're one of the better ones at doing it. I think we tried to break momentum up by players going down and not letting teams get ahead of steam up and getting back into the momentum that they have during games, and we do it well. And look, it breaks the rhythm of teams up, and it works well for us. So why not do it? Every team does it, as I said. If teams are 1-0 up, they'll slow the game down. Players will go down. It's all part and parcel, and it's nothing new in football. It's been going on for an awful lot of years. Teams just want to see games out, and as I say, some are better at it than other teams. We do it well, and it works for us, and it annoys Ten Hag and Manchester United. So be it. I think that's a plus for us, because if you're getting under the skin before a ball's even kicked, that's a bonus.
Steve, if Newcastle are winning 1-0, I'm sure you won't be disappointed to see, I almost said Nick Pope then, Loris Karius taking as long as he can over goal kicks and all those little tricks. It's just part and parcel of the game. Or in Newcastle, I don't know, have they done it? Have they been over the top with it this season?
I don't think so. But as Ando says, every team does it, and it's only annoying if it's getting done to you.
Yeah.
Pretty much. So, if we're doing it, it means we're in a good position in this game. I mean, ultimately, you're here to win games, not make friends. So if they don't like it, it's tough. But as I said, you can bet your bottom dollar if it was the other way around and United's winning, or any team that's winning, they're going to try and drag it out, take balls in the corner flag, take the time with throw-ins, take the time with free kicks, goalkeepers taking the time. I mean, there's Martinez at Aston Villa. He is renowned for going down injured in the latter part of the game, just to sort of cost a little bit of time. And there's loads of teams do it. As I said, it's only annoying when it happens to you. So if we're doing it in this game, it means
things are going well.
Things are going all right.
I think all you have to do is you see supporters, when we do it, our own supporters think it's great, but when other teams come to St James's and do it, I mean, Leeds came and did it, and our supporters absolutely battered them.
It's the nature of being a supporter, isn't
wasting
it?
time.
Of course,
because it was getting under their
but ultimately, it's down to the ref to deal with it, isn't it? Of course it is. A couple of things happening down pitch side. Firstly, well, the Sky TV people, they've got all their food on a table at pitch side, and suddenly the sprinklers came on, and all their food started to get soaking, and one poor fella had to try and cover it with his coat. And I don't know whether he's managed to succeed in kind of preserving Roy Keane, Gary Neville, whoever else they've got there,
prawn sandwiches,
preserving their prawn sandwiches. I wonder if Roy Keane's having prawn sandwiches. Anyway, and also, Razor, the Newcastle players have come out as well. That's the reception that you might have heard from the Newcastle fans. You might have heard a bit of cheering, and that's because well, pretty much all of the players have come out now, haven't they, Razor?
Yes, I almost got soaked by the sprinkler, but just managed to get out of the way in time. This is actually, Pryde, the pitch watering window ahead of the pre-match warm-up. Then there's another sprinkler window about 15 minutes before kick-off, just to give the pitch one final soaking.
I didn't know we had sprinkler windows in modern football. Wow.
Everything's very structured and organised today. But you're right, the players are on the pitch, just Newcastle at the moment. First man out, Loris Karius. And he got a really warm reception from the Newcastle fans who were in here already. And then he was followed onto the pitch by Dan Burn and Matt Targett, who's back in the squad after injury. Mark Gillespie, who we expect to be on the bench, is there, and academy goalkeeper Max Thompson, son of the long-serving Newcastle kitman Ray Thompson, has travelled with the squad. He's among the players on the field. Another Geordie there. He's standing with Paul Dummett and Sean Longstaff and Elliot Anderson. But also on the field is Nick Pope, who has come down with the team. He can't play any part because of his red card last weekend, but it's good that he is supporting his colleagues, as I'm sure we expected him to, and he'll be fully behind Karius and Gillespie and wanting them to do well today to help Newcastle win, because that way everybody benefits. And here comes Jamal Lascelles as well, the Newcastle captain. Jason Tyndall, the assistant manager, is also pitch side. Haven't seen Eddie Howe yet, but I'm sure he'll make his way onto the field just to survey the scene with about an hour and a half until kick-off.
And no sign of Joe Willock either?
Joe Willock is here.
Oh, he is?
Yes,
okay.
I've just seen Joe Willock, so that is good news. He's with the squad. We'll find out in half an hour whether he has a chance of playing any part.
Indeed, team news when we have it here from Wembley this afternoon. This is BBC Radio Newcastle. All the build-up as the Newcastle players have to avoid the latest episode in the sprinkler window and just dodge away from the jet of water which has come their way as they stand just next to the centre circle here at a rapidly filling Wembley. We're going to bring you all the build-up as you would expect. 4:30 kick-off, all the team news, etc. And of course we will bring you some interviews with the people that matter, because we get to speak to them at BBC Radio Newcastle and we bring them to you. Now, Dan Burn, well, he's from Blythe, you know. Did you know that? Have you ever heard the song? I think most people now know where Dan Burn's from. He's living the dream. A move to the club that he supported as a boy, and then just over a year later, a trip to Wembley. As Razor mentioned there, he's just walked out behind Loris Karius, and he was one of the first to come and savour the atmosphere this afternoon. Well, the BBC's Steve Crossman has been talking to the towering defender, who of course scored his first goal for the Magpies in that quarter-final win over Leicester.
Castagna plays it against Willock, who wins it back, and Joelinton and Burn in the area. Dan Burn!
I don't really think about it too much until we speak about it, so now I think about it. But I think sort of over my career I've learned that it's just another game once you sort of take out all of the stuff around it. It's just sort of 90 minutes, and obviously you're playing at Wembley. It's a big game for the club, but I feel as if I'm sort of quite sort of focused and got quite a cold mentality towards it. Even the semi-final, I wasn't really nervous for it until my mum was like, "Wow, you must be nervous," and I was like, "Oh, I am a bit now." But just one.
You're seriously able to do that, even for the cup final?
I think so. It might be different when I'm about to walk out, but at this moment in time, when we've got sort of 4 or 5 days of preparation to go, I still feel sort of quite relaxed about it. But as I said, we'll see.
Heck of a journey that from Blythe to here, isn't it?
Yeah, I said, just spoke before, I think I've had quite a roller coaster of a career. There's been lots of ups and lots of downs, so this will sort of be the pinnacle of it, I would think. So I just hope that we can sort of get the job done for.
What does it mean to you to be here for this game?
Yeah, everything. That's what I dreamt about when I was a kid. First of all, you want to play for Newcastle, which is taking a long time for us to do that. I managed to score a goal at St James's, which is what you dream of doing. And then now to sort of have the opportunity to win a trophy after we've went so long without one, and there's so many good teams from the past, like Keegan's Entertainers, like never really never crossed that line, and then Bobby Robson and Shearer and stuff. We're all amazing teams, but the same sort of thing. So now that we've got that opportunity to to do that on Sunday, I'm just sort of feel very lucky.
Dan Burns speaking to the BBC's Steve Crossman, looking ahead to this afternoon. How will he handle the occasion, do you think, Ando?
He'd be loving it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a dream come true for him. You know, move back to the club that he supported, club that he watched. You know, all his dreams now have come true. A cup final at Wembley. Got his first goal for the club in the semi-final. You know, he probably pinches himself every morning. He doesn't realise actually what's really happened to him. You know, he's not an out-and-out natural left back, but he's come in. He's done a hell of a job. Whether you see him there long term or not, that remains to be seen. You would probably say no. They need to bring another left back in, a recognised left back. But the job that he's done for us this season has been immense. You know, he's had help on that side from Willock and Joe Linton when we've played against players or played against sides who've got pace on that side. They double up and treble up. They did it at Arsenal with Saka because for 10 minutes he was getting... Yeah. Saka had him on toast, and then,
but they found a way to deal with it.
They find a way to deal with it, yeah, and they all help each other out. But look, he's done an unbelievable job, and I'm sure he'll be looking forward to this, and he'll relish every minute of it.
Yes, Steve, how do you think he'll cope? He'll probably be up against Bruno Fernandes. He might well play on the right for Manchester United. We don't know for certain, of course, but he will be okay in terms of being able to handle the emotion of the occasion as well as what he has to do on the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think obviously he's very professional. As Ando said, he's kind of living the dream as such, because with it being his hometown team, the team that he supported, it's been that long since we have been in a situation like this, and actually for him to come at this particular time and get in the cup final, it must be kind of, again, as what Ando said, just pinching himself, thinking, wow. As far as marking whoever it is, you said Fernandes, I don't think that phases him. Obviously, I spoke about self-confidence. I think he's got that. He knows he's a good defender. He knows he's decent on the ball as well, and he'll be looking to do his job, but also can he affect play going the other way, because there has been times he has been getting involved, as Ando said, you know, he got his goal, but he has been doing some marauding runs, shall we say, on the left-hand side. And
he's capable of that,
yeah, and I think he'd sooner play against Fernandes, because Fernandes isn't the quickest. It's not as if he gets into a foot race with Fernandes, he's going to worry about him running away from him. It's if they switch it around, and if Rashford's fit and they stick Rashford out there, they bring Garnacho on, who've got pace. That's when he probably would start to worry, because the one thing he doesn't want to do is get into a foot race with one of them.
Yeah, you never know, and they might swap wings, and they'll certainly have a plan maybe to try and unlock Newcastle's tight defence, and it has been a tight defence this season. Let's hear a little bit now from Steve Harper, who is now the Magpies Academy manager. He played for Newcastle, not in the one that Steve played in actually in 98, but the following year in 99 in that defeat by Manchester United.
From that day, I never thought it would be 24 years till we went back in a final. I actually played there in 2014, the FA Cup semi-final for Hull, and pictured it full of Newcastle United shirts during that time. So I've obviously played in 99 and lost, went back in 2014 and managed to win, and it's a very, very different experience. So in 98 I went as a fan, 99 I went there as a player. I think we were unlucky to play the double winners and then a team that won the Champions League 4 days later. But 24 years is too long, and to go there, I mean, Manchester United in a rich vein of form, but we can beat them. We can beat anybody on our day, and hopefully that's what happens at Wembley, because it'll be a pretty special party if we're to win that trophy, and let's hope we do.
Yeah, you probably felt the same, Steve, in 98 and 99. I know you didn't play them, but you probably thought, well, no, it's probably going to happen, you know, quite regularly from here, but it hasn't turned out that way. It's been a long, long time coming, this, hasn't it?
It has, and to be honest, it's an absolute sin that we haven't. These supporters deserve a hell of a lot better than what's been given to them over the last, good few years. And as Harp said in there, you know, we were unfortunate the 2 times we were at Wembley. We played against the double winners, and then we played against the team that eventually won the treble, with some outstanding players on both sets of teams. But as I said, Well, them two games, you would have thought, a lot of people were thinking we were going to be the underdogs. I think today, I know you've sort of said Manchester United probably is the favourites, given the fact of how they're playing at the moment. But the Newcastle players won't be thinking that in there.
No.
100% they won't be. They'll be thinking, we've possibly not played at our best the last couple of games, but we know what we're capable of. And if they play to the capabilities, they're picking the trophy up. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and you have to have that level of belief. And I spoke to somebody who was a runner, and he was kind of going into the veteran status, so kind of in his 40s, 50s even. But he used to say that even though he knew he was past his best, he used to stand on the start line believing he was going to win every race he was in. Look, and you have to have that mentality. You might see the Manchester United star names there. You might see that they're above you in the table. You might see that the bookmakers have got them shorter odds than you to actually win. But you have to believe, if you've got anything about you, that you are better than them and you will win.
If you don't go out there with that belief, you're beaten before you even step on the pitch. You know, you've got to have that belief. You've got to be sat in that dressing room thinking, we can beat these. And as Steve has said, and I mentioned this earlier on, if we play to the capabilities that we've shown earlier in the season, you know, we've matched every side in the Premier League. You know, we frightened the life out of Manchester City. We went to Arsenal and got a valuable point down there, stopped them scoring for the first time at the Emirates. You know, you've got to have that belief and that desire. If you don't have that, you might as well stay in the dressing room and say there's no point in turning up. So that belief has got to be there, that desire has got to be there, and that's something that we've shown all season. You know, the desire is always there. The performances have probably dropped off a little bit the last month or so, but the desire and the willingness and the work rate, that has never dropped off. That has always been there, and they're going to have to show that, and probably a little bit more again today. And if they do that, Manchester United have had a heavy schedule, but they keep winning football matches, and Steve will back us up on this. It doesn't matter how many games you're playing. If you're winning games, you don't get tired. You're better off playing games and winning games than training. So, you know, it is what it is. It's a cup final. It's a one-off. It can go either way, and it's about the side that handles the occasion as well. You know, yes, you play big league games. You play in front of noisy crowds at St James's. They play in front of crowds at Old Trafford, but this is a cup final. This is a totally different scenario to what they're used to playing in, week out, and it's the set of players who handle it the best.
Simon Pryde, John Anderson, Steve Howie and Matthew Raisbeck on BBC Radio Newcastle. It is the Carabao Cup final. The sponsor's logo has been unveiled on the centre circle. Still, just the Newcastle players have been out. A couple of the Manchester United players have emerged as well for a quick pitch walk, but not as many as the Newcastle contingent so far, at least. And there are more Newcastle fans inside the ground now than Manchester United fans as well. If you know Wembley well, the Newcastle fans are away to our right here in the commentary position that we're in, which is the side of the ground where Wembley Way leads you to. So we came straight into the ground, and our position is on that side, and then the Newcastle fans are occupying at the right hand side of the ground as we look. I should tell you that after the game this afternoon we will be taking calls. We'd love to hear from you on 0800 234 6565. You can also at any point as well send us a WhatsApp message or a text message, 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Start your message BBC, 81333 on text. Again, starting your message with the letters BBC, and we will discuss some of the points that you make between now and kick-off, and indeed throughout the course of the afternoon as well. Now, Sean Longstaff's only regret about the dramatic win over Southampton in the semi-final is that he didn't score a hat-trick. The midfielder is loving life under Eddie Howe. I've been talking to him about the ups and downs that he has had in his Newcastle career so far, and what it means to be here today, having contributed so much in that semi-final in particular.
Longstaff touch and hit and goal from Sean Longstaff, and the Geordie gives Newcastle the perfect start. It's 1-0.
I think everything happens for a reason. I think if you asked us a year and a half ago and I wasn't playing and wasn't involved and it wasn't the best place to be, to be honest, this is what's going to happen. I probably wouldn't have believed you, but just try to work as hard as possible every day and yeah, like I said, make the most of every opportunity I've got, and obviously like got a bit lucky. In pre-season with John Joe getting injured and pushes up the pecking order a little bit, and like I said, because of the players we've brought in, I always knew once I got in the team I was confident in my ability to stay in, and I've been lucky to do that so far, and hopefully the manager's confidence in me has grown and grown every week.
My phone buzzes every day with people asking me, because I work for the BBC, can I get them tickets? Goodness knows what yours must be like.
Yeah, to be honest, I try to put it off for as long as possible. Try to see which of my pals who had season tickets could get tickets through the ballot and stuff, and last night was a nice night. I got to ring some of my closest friends and tell them like, I've got tickets for Wembley, so you can stop texting us, you can stop hounding us now, and a lot of them were really happy, and like I said, to be able to share these experiences with the people who are closest to me, who were there when we weren't going to Wembley and we weren't winning every week, and it wasn't really enjoyable. Just so happy to be able to share it with them, and really, really special.
Anyone listening to this then that hasn't got the call yet, is that unlucky then?
Yeah, pretty much. I think so. Unless something comes up, if any spares flying about, but I think I've tried to do it as fairly as possible, and obviously want your whole family there, and then I want the people who I think are closest to me, and like I said, it's such a special occasion, and hopefully in years to come we'll get there a lot more, but it's not a given, and in other sports you look at some of the best teams who you think are going to get there every year, and then they don't really end up doing it, and it's hopefully not going to be once in a lifetime, but it could be, and that's how you've got to look at it, and massive game.
Sean Longstaff talking ahead of the match, and yes, of course he knows what it means to Newcastle United supporters. He is one. He is someone whose career we have followed very closely. Andrew, you'll remember when he came in the studio with his brother Matty and his dad David, both of whom will be here this afternoon to watch him. And yes, in the build-up to this match, he talked there about trying to get tickets for his pals, as many of them as possible, and enjoying giving them a call, the ones that he managed to get tickets for, and telling them that they were going to be able to be here to watch him in a black and white shirt this afternoon. And I'm sure that he will, more than anybody in that dressing room now, be just buzzing, itching to get out there.
Yeah, I mean, the ticket situation, he should have just gave Steve a ring. Steve would have been able to
exactly.
Had loads spare, so he didn't need to go to all that hassle. But look, I think more so as local boys, Sean Longstaff, Dan Bourne, Paul Dummett, who will probably be he'll be on the bench at best. Young Anderson, they know what it means to these supporters, because they've supported the club all their life, and fortunately for them got the opportunity to go and fulfill a dream and pull a black and white shirt on. So it'll mean more to them. Not that it doesn't mean a lot to the other players, but it means more to them because that's what they were brought up with from being in Nipper.
Yes.
They know what it's all about. They know what Newcastle United means to football supporters in the northeast. So, and he'll have dreamt last night of scoring a winning goal in the cup final. And you never know. He got two in the semi-final, two good goals as well.
Could have got two more. Missed one good chance. Had another excellent effort from range.
Very easily have had a hat trick. But look at, you just wish them all well. Because occasions can get to you, nerves can get to you, but you just hope that they come through that.
I mean, you played, Steve, at Newcastle with plenty of players who came from a long way away from the northeast. Obviously they will have felt the passion of the Newcastle fans, but it also helps to have a few local players too, doesn't it, just to make sure that the importance of occasions like these is transmitted to them.
Yeah, I mean, we had a mixture of that in the squads that I was involved in. Also, you've got, don't forget, like the staff. I think Razor was just mentioned there. Ray Thompson was there when I was there. Like Sir Derek Wright, the physio, people like that who just breathe Newcastle. As I said, this is a big occasion. I mentioned before about Dan Burn giving a big speech to the lads yesterday, apparently, because that's the stories coming out of what we hear.
Yeah.
And that as players, and you don't have to be from the area to think all of a sudden, wow, yes, this does mean something. And I think, to be fair to the players, it comes across as though they actually do get the area. You know, a lot of them, when they're posting all this different stuff on social media, you know, some of it, you know, for a lot of people, you just think, oh, they're just doing it for clicks and all this kind of thing. But you do get the sense that it actually means a hell of a lot to these players. And don't get me wrong, this is, and what should be in the back of their minds, this place is such a fantastic place to play, but it's an awful place to lose.
Yes. And so that is something that, yes, once it's happened to you once, you do not want to happen to you again, certainly, and that will be something that the Newcastle players will absolutely be trying to avoid this afternoon. If it is level after 90 minutes, it would go to extra time, it could go to penalty kicks. Who knows? I'm not sure if you two could take that, could you, if it goes to penalties, take the nerves that would create. But I think, you know, having spoken to, we've all spoken to a lot of people over the last 24 hours or so, talking about how they think things will go, and not many people think that it will be, you know, a big winning margin either way. It is going to be tight this afternoon, and I recognise that it has become very much a cliche to talk about whoever gets the first goal, whoever starts better. But do you think in big games that is even more important? Because perhaps in big games it can be more difficult to react and to bounce back if things don't go as planned at the beginning.
I think the first goal today will be huge. I mean, if we get it, all of a sudden you've got something to hold on to, you've got something to defend your life with, and we've defended so well this season. I think if Manchester United were to get it, and all of a sudden we've got to come out and push on and look to go and get an equaliser, that could play into Manchester United's hands a little bit, because with the pace that they've got in the side and the way that they like to break, that could suit them a little bit more. So you'd be hoping that it would be us that would get that first goal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're still quite a way away from kick-off, Steve, and we haven't seen the teams yet, but how do you imagine the game starting? Sometimes you get cup finals that are pretty cagey, not a lot happens in the first 10-15 minutes. Sometimes you get one team deciding, right, we're going to have a real go at the start, and that tends to make it blood and thunder, and maybe, you know, that particular team then gets a little bit exposed on the break as well, even from an early stage. Do you think it'll start blood and thunder, or do you think it'll start cagey?
I think it'll start with both teams trying to attack, if I'm being honest, in my opinion.
Too, yeah.
I just think both of them will think, you know, let's go for it. You know, both teams, I would say particularly Manchester United, they're in really good form. I mean, I expect Rashford to be fit. I'll be amazed if he's not, given, you know, I just think it's Man United playing little mind games really with the Rashford thing. Yes, he came off against Barcelona, but for me, I think that was purely because he didn't want to miss a game like this, because you don't as a player. But I think they'll think, you know, we can get at them, we can hurt them. But then again, I think we also think that about Manchester United. So I think it'll be a game which hopefully will be very entertaining.
Looking forward to it.
I don't think there's any point in the one thing we've done this season, when we've been on top of our game, we've got out of the traps very quickly. We've got at sides, we've made life difficult for them, we've put them under pressure, and I'm sure that's what Eddie Howe will say. Look, get at these early on, get them on the back foot, put them under pressure. As Steve said earlier, you know, he's seen a bit of them. They do give you opportunities. We've had opportunities in games in recent games, and we haven't been able to take them. And you hope that trend changes today, that if a chance falls early on, we're able to put it away, and, you know, it settles everybody down, and all of a sudden, you know, as I said earlier, you've then got something to hang on to.
You're going to hear from Kieran Trippier, you're going to hear from Eddie Howe as well in the build-up to kick-off this afternoon. We will bring you all the atmosphere here at Wembley on BBC Radio Newcastle as well. And shortly, you're going to hear from a pretty familiar voice from the, well, not too distant past.
Everyday acts of kindness make a huge difference to people across the North East.
I am an environmentalist and I look after all the beaches.
If you're going to volunteer, you've got to give 100%.
I'm just trying to fill in a little bit of a gap so that they can concentrate on the big stuff.
It's time to recognise and celebrate local heroes who make a difference where we live.
The Make a Difference Awards.
For a full list of categories and details of how to nominate someone, go to bbc.co.uk/make a difference, where you can also see full terms and our privacy notice. Nominations are open now and close on the 5th of March 2023 at 11 p.m.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Make a difference.
Together, we can make a difference.
And this is a very special Total Sport here on BBC Radio Newcastle. It is the EFL Cup final, Newcastle United against Manchester United here at Wembley. We are bringing you all the build-up, and then Razor and Ando will have full commentary. It's a 4:30 kick-off here at Wembley this afternoon, and I'm sure that the nerves will be tingling wherever you are listening. You may be watching on TV later, perhaps listening to the BBC Radio Newcastle commentary as you watch. I know a lot of you will be heading off to the pub at some point maybe to watch with other fans. There are lots of fans outside the stadium here who have had the rather forlorn, it must be said, hope of maybe finding a ticket from somewhere in the build-up to kick off. And they, because none of the restaurants and pubs around Wembley are allowed to show the game on TV, they'll be making a dash a little bit further away to try and see it once they've decided that they're not going to be able to get into the stadium this afternoon. So yeah, it's going to be all the atmosphere, all the build-up here on BBC Radio Newcastle, and you simply won't miss a single kick, a single piece of the action this afternoon, or indeed any of the build-up. The black and white shirts are gathering away to our right. The seats are filling up. I would say that probably 75%, maybe more, of the Newcastle fans who are coming into the ground are wearing black and white shirts this afternoon. I've seen shirts from different eras, some going as far back as the 70s, the ones with the crest in the centre of the shirt, some from through the era that Ando was at the club as well, and then the old Grandad shirt from the Steve Howie time, and some more modern ones as well, right up to the present day as well, and flags galore too. There's hardly any room to hang them if you're bringing a flag in now. People are already draping them over every spare inch of railing in front of them, so I can see the Blythe Mags black and white Union Jack flag that's up there that we often see, and various other places around the northeast as well, represented in the flags that have been brought to the stadium this afternoon. We're going to hear from, as I say, a little bit of a familiar voice now, a former Newcastle United manager who has been talking about this afternoon's game. Rafa Benitez was in charge between 2016 and 2019. In some ways it seems like an awful long time ago now, doesn't it? And ahead of today's game, well, he has been talking about his old club and how they will fare against Manchester United.
When you talk about Newcastle, obviously not too many players has won too many trophies, so it will be a massive game. That is the positive. The positive is Newcastle is playing with intensity, is doing well, they have belief, the manager is doing a great job, so they will go to the final with all this passion and the fans behind, and everybody will be pushing in the same direction. I think that is an advantage. It's a risk because too much passion sometimes makes that you don't think too much. The other team, more experience, more players with experience, yes, but maybe it could be, they are not so hungry. I think in this case, because they have been years without winning, also they will be. But it's great to have this passion and this mentality. I remember that, maybe you will remember, our last game in the Premier League, the first year, we played against Tottenham. Tottenham was playing for the second position, and we beat them with 10 players because I think Mitrovic was sent off, and we beat them 5-1. The fans were singing, the fans was so happy, and it was the main reason why I decided to stay, because I could feel the passion of the city behind the team. So now I can see that. So they will be behind the team, they will be pushing, and they are really so happy now where they are. But if they win, it will be impossible to go there because it will be party everywhere.
Yeah, I'm sure Rafa Benitez will be an interested spectator this afternoon. He will be supporting NUFC today, Ando. Fact.
Yeah, look, you would think that he would be. I mean, there's no love lost between him and Manchester United, that's for sure. There's that well-known, remembered interview, wasn't it, when every fact was brought out. So yeah, I'm sure Rafa will have his black and white shirt on today.
Of course he will. Yeah, so interesting to hear, Steve, what Rafa Benitez was saying there. He said that he felt that Manchester United, because of their success in recent years. Obviously, they've had, by their standards, a bit of a trophy drought, but they've been a very, very successful club over the last few decades. He said that maybe they won't be as hungry as Newcastle United. Do you think there's something in that?
I'm not too sure about that. I think every player wants to win silverware. I think when you get to a cup final, you want to win it. So I think their confidence will be high because of what they did the other night. You know, they beat the La Liga leaders Barcelona. So they want to win trophies as well. You know, we're desperate to win trophies, of course we are. But as I say, every player that's on that pitch will want to have a winner's medal around his neck come 90 minutes, 120 minutes, whatever it may be.
What would you say about that, Steve? Because surely Manchester United's players will still have that hunger, and often it's said that, you know, once you've had a bit of success, well, that even maybe increases your hunger for a bit more.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. I mean, yes, they've been successful, and then the kind of, 6 years since last time they won something. But it's a new manager, it's different players. You know, he's got a new mentality, and he's made sure that there's a winning mentality there now again, because there certainly wasn't Sir Alex. A little bit of that period of time with Jose Mourinho, but other than that, you know, they've pretty much been that they haven't had that success. So I definitely think, you know, with kind of that thought, I'm not too sure about it. I think they'll be looking at this fixture and wanting to get what they might be think could be the first of many.
We're only just over an hour away from kick-off now. We'll get the team news very, very soon. I asked you when we first came on air just under an hour ago how the players would be feeling now, Steve. Just a bit more kind of technically in terms of procedure. What will actually be happening in the dressing room now? Will it be pretty much the same as it would be for a Premier League game in terms of the routine and the time that Eddie Howe will take talking to his players, the other physical preparations that they have to do, or is it a bit different because it's a different occasion?
I think the only thing that's different is the setup, this kind of the setup in the dressing room, because it's a different dressing room, but they have that every other week when they go away from home. But the routines will be exactly the same. You know, why would you want to change it? You do what you have to do, whether it's a rub off the masseuse at first, whether it's just a kind of a crack at the back or stretching off with, again, with the masseuse or with a physio, getting your strap-ins, sitting down, maybe having a little bit 5 minutes to yourself, having a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. Some people, you know, just like to sort of be amongst it, have the radio, have the music blasting and stuff like that. Some people like listening to their own music. It's just your own little routine, and I cannot see it changing just because it's the final.
Yes, Ando, if you were in that dressing room now and you had to prepare something to say to the players ahead of them walking out here later on, what would you be thinking of saying?
I don't think I'd change what I'd said every week in a league game, you know, because yes, it is a cup final, but you don't want to put added pressure on players. You know, you want them to go out there being relaxed. You want them to go and enjoy it. And basically that's what you say. You say, look, it's a big game, it's a big opportunity, it's a cup final, but don't walk off the pitch at the end and don't remember it. And a lot of players do that in cup finals. You know, you speak to players who've played in them and they go, I don't actually remember a great deal about it because I didn't play particularly well and it didn't go well. It's don't leave anything out there, go and enjoy it, give it the best shot that you've got, and if you do that, nobody can ask any more of you.
We will hopefully be able to catch up with Razor very shortly with team news, but not quite yet. However, Loris Karius will be playing in goal this afternoon. Nick Pope is suspended after being sent off in the game against Liverpool, and obviously Martin Dubravka is cup-tied, having played for Manchester United, ironically, in this competition earlier in the season, and Carl Darlow has gone out on loan to Hull City. So it falls to Loris Karius, Steve, a goalkeeper who hasn't played a competitive match in a couple of years, a player who famously played for Liverpool in a Champions League final where things didn't go his way. And we mentioned when he came out onto the pitch 3/4 of an hour or so ago that he got a great reception, as you would expect, from the Newcastle fans who are already in the ground. They will get behind him. I wonder how he is feeling, and I wonder how Newcastle's defenders will be feeling as well, having a different goalkeeper, no matter who it is, behind them this afternoon.
I mean, it's not brilliant when you've got a different goalkeeper. I know when I was at Newcastle, we had Shea Given, there was Pavel, there was Xhaka, sometimes Harps as well, and goalkeepers have different styles. You know, some like to come for a ball, some don't, some are comfortable just sort of standing on the line and you heading it away and stuff like that, but you've just got to have that conversation with the goalkeeper. He'll keep you right. I always say to my goalkeepers, if you've got to come and wipe me out, then wipe me out. But listen, Karius is a good goalkeeper. Yes, he had an unfortunate experience in the Champions League, but you don't get to play for Liverpool if you're no good, and he is a good goalkeeper, and for some reason obviously it's transpired where he's here and he's not getting so many games, but for him I think he'll be wanting to get a nice early touch, whether that's a ball in the box and he shouts out as loud as he can, keepers, comes for it, catches it really well. That'll give him a huge boost. That'll just really sort of settle his nerves. I just hope it doesn't it doesn't go the way that when I played against Newcastle for Man City and my goalkeeper was Carlo Nash.
Yes.
He'd asked me for an early touch because he was nervous, and obviously he hadn't played in the stadium like that. And we had the kick-off and I played it back to him, and literally 3 seconds later the ball was in the back of the net because
I remember
he blasted it off Shearer.
And he blamed you, didn't he?
Keegan blamed me. But Al said thank you as well as he jogged past us. I don't believe it.
I'm sure that he did, yeah. Don't tempt fate, don't say things like that. I'm sure that won't happen this afternoon. Team news to come very shortly, but I promised you that we'd bring you a bit more of the atmosphere from outside the ground. Still buzzing on Wembley Way, still thousands and thousands and thousands of fans streaming towards the stadium this afternoon to take their seats ahead of tonight's obviously this afternoon's match. So let's hear from a few more of those fans with Dom James on Wembley Way.
Alison from Walls End.
Just experienced some of the atmosphere there. What has it been like soaking in the atmosphere around Wembley today?
Absolutely fantastic. It's just an experience that you just want to be part of.
What's your predictions for today then?
2-1 Newcastle.
Who's going to score Newcastle's goal?
Oh, I don't know.
Is that too much?
Yeah, I don't know who's going to score. Bruno.
John Kettle, Newcastle.
Marie from Shotley Bridge.
Have you just done the walk down Wembley Way there, have you?
We did it before. Been for a couple of pints now. We're just trying to find what we're in.
What's it like, the atmosphere around the ground? Something some Newcastle fans haven't experienced before.
It's just something, like you say, haven't experienced it. It's just electric. Everybody's just on a knife edge, hoping and praying that it comes out right.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's just really enjoying it all and just being here. Even win or lose, it's just been a great weekend regardless, so we're going to have a good time anyway.
Give us a prediction for today then.
3-2.
2-1. Paul.
I'm David.
Ryan.
You've just done the walk down Wembley Way. What's it like, that atmosphere?
It's literally black and white everywhere. Literally black and white. There's hardly a Man United fan to be seen. But we just hope for the best, really. We're a bit excited, a bit too excited. But we're just hoping for the best. So if we put 100% effort in, good show, and then what'll be, will be. But we're going to try, obviously.
Have you experienced a Newcastle atmosphere like this?
No, I've never been to Wembley with Newcastle like this.
Like, honestly, like St James's Park is unbelievable at the minute, but this is just literally St James's Park on Wembley Way. It's incredible.
No. Give us a prediction for today, lads.
I was going to say 7-0, but we're not. I've got 2-1, and I've got Botman to score a goal anytime, so that's my prediction.
I've had lots of people say Botman today.
I think 3-2 today. Definitely high scoring game, 100%.
2-0, Trippier free kick.
Darren, his nickname's Bun.
Where you travelled from today?
Come down to London yesterday, and obviously down for the match, you know.
Whereabouts in the northeast are you from?
Wide open.
So you travelled down today. You've just done the walk down Wembley Way as well, have you?
Have I? Fantastic, mate.
What was the atmosphere like?
Just absolutely tremendous. Been here many times, but there's some belief in the Geordies are special people, special kind of people, you know.
Predictions for today then, what are you going for?
Win, mate. 2-1 Newcastle.
Who's going to score the goals?
Bruno's getting the first one, I think. I think it's Bruno and maybe Trips.
Question is, what are you going to do when you win?
I think we've got to celebrate, mate. And we're... Come on! Blow it away! Blow it away!
Dom James there on Wembley Way, enjoying the company of some very excited and upbeat Newcastle United supporters. Kick off here at Wembley, less than an hour away, and Matthew Raisbeck has that all-important team news.
The Newcastle United starting 11 in the League Cup final. Loris Karius in goal, Kieran Trippier at right back, and he will wear the captain's armband. Fabian Schär and Sven Botman in the centre of defence. Dan Burn at left back. Midfield three of Sean Longstaff, Bruno Guimaraes back from suspension, and Joe Linton. And the forward three, Miguel Almiron, Alan San-Maxima and Callum Wilson. The substitutes bench is Mark Gillespie, the goalkeeper, Jamal Lascelles, Matt Ritchie, Matt Targett back from injury, Alexander Isak, Javier Manquillo, Jacob Murphy, Joe Willock returns to the squad, and Elliot Anderson. That is how Newcastle United look this afternoon. And Manchester United, the headline team news for them is that Marcus Rashford starts.
Okay, that was what a lot of people listening, I think, will have wanted to hear more than anything once they'd heard the Newcastle team, or they would have probably wanted to hear the opposite news, that he wasn't playing, but you know what I mean, that was what they were listening out for. So yeah, we'll talk about Rashford and Manchester United in a moment, but you have heard the team and the Newcastle team, and well, I know for a fact, because we discussed it beforehand, you're not surprised by that starting 11, are you?
No, not at all. It's the starting 11 I thought it would be. You know, Willock's been out with a hamstring. He's made it to the bench. I'm quite surprised at that, actually. I didn't think he would make the bench, but I don't think he was ever going to start. St. Maximin, big open spaces, big pitch. Can he produce it today? But I mean, we all knew that Karius was going to play in goal. Back four was always going to be the same. Guimaraes was always coming back into the middle of midfield.
Yes.
So, you know, no surprises there at all.
Steve, would you go along with that? I think it was probably, if anyone was having a bet on the starting lineup ahead of the game, I think most people would have gone for this, wouldn't they?
Yeah. As I said, I think the only question mark really was will it going to be fit in time? And by the selection of the manager, he obviously thinks he's not quite fit or not just right to start. So a big opportunity for St. Maximin, as I said. A couple of games that he has come on or started, I think he's done quite well. And again, as Ando said, you know, this is a big, wide pitch, so he's got plenty of room to run into and plenty of room to hopefully expose their defence.
And Joe Willock is on the bench, so he's obviously fit enough to play a part if required. So we might well see him at some point this afternoon, Ando.
Yeah, it could well do. I would be surprised though, because it doesn't matter how slight the hamstring was, and we were there when he did it, and they strapped it up and he only lasted 45 seconds or so. So I think it would be a chance to throw him on. I mean, he would have been desperate to play in this, of course he would have been, but hamstrings are the funny things. I mean, all of a sudden you bring him on and he breaks down again. You could well lose him down for 6 to 8 weeks. So, you know, it's something that you've got to be careful with.
If you're wondering what the booing was for that you heard when Ando was talking there, the Manchester United goalkeepers have come out to do their warm-up. Newcastle's goalkeepers also out as well. They were applauded by the Newcastle fans, who are much more numerous at the moment inside the stadium than their Manchester United counterparts. Razor, can you go through the full Manchester United team for us?
I can do that for you. Yes, there was just a cheer from the Newcastle fans in front of you, Pryde, because Eddie Howe has just gone back down the tunnel. He was doing an interview with television pitch side following those boos for the arrival of the Manchester United goalkeepers. Their team, David De Gea in goal. He is their first choice, the number one, so that's no surprise. Right back, Diogo Dalot, with centre halves Rafael Varane and Lisandro Martinez, and Luke Shaw at left back. Casemiro and Fred, the two Brazilians, in the middle of midfield up against their compatriot Bruno in the Newcastle side. Then Manchester United have Anthony on the right-hand side, Bruno Fernandes, the captain, probably in the number 10 role, with Marcus Rashford, we'd expect, to the left. because Wout Weghorst is leading their attack. The bench for Erik ten Hag's team is as follows: Tom Heaton, the backup goalkeeper; Victor Lindelof and Harry Maguire, two central defenders; Tyrell Malacia, Marcel Sabitzer, Jadon Sancho, Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Scott McTominay and Alejandro Garnacho. That's Manchester United.
So it's a pretty strong team, isn't it, that Manchester United have out there as well. A strong bench as well, Ando, but again, you know, we knew that would be the case, and they just have to try and find where they think their weaknesses are and how they can exploit them.
I think it's a back four that you can get at. I think they'll give you opportunities, and it's all about taking those opportunities when they come along. Look, Manchester United in a rich vein of form at the moment. You know, things are going well for them. They've going well in the league, going well in Europe. The confidence will be sky high. But as we've said earlier, you know, we've played teams this season. We played every team in the Premier League this season, and we've given them all games. You know, we frightened the life out of some of them. You know, so I don't think this Manchester United side holds any fears. You know, heard Steve talking about 98 and 99. That Arsenal and Manchester United side that we played against in those years, one won the double, the other won the treble. You know, they were exceptional sides. You don't do what they did in those seasons if you're not an exceptional side, and this Manchester United side is nowhere near the calibre of those two sides.
Marcus Rashford then, Steve, does play. Lots of talk about him ahead of the game. I think we all probably believed in our heart of hearts that he would play, despite that injury scare following their Europa League game against Barcelona on Thursday night. Everyone looks at him as being their main danger man. He's in a fantastic goal-scoring run of form, isn't he? And so how do Newcastle deal with him? And if they do deal with him, is that a big step towards winning this game?
Well, yeah, because his form has been pretty spectacular, really. It's been a massive turnaround because, you know, what about, 6-8 months ago, a bit longer, there was a lot of criticism for him. You know, a lot of people sort of saying, you know, he's probably finished at United now, might be better to move him on and all this kind of thing. And you would sort of see he's probably the hottest striker in Europe right now. But we all know how strong Newcastle's defence is. So, you know, and they have played against top strikers this season, as Ando said, played against every team in the Premier League, and coped really well because you look at the goal-scoring record against Newcastle, it's very good. So I don't think they've got any extra plans or extra measures for him. They know he's a good player, they know he's a threat, but then again, so is 2 or 3 other players for Manchester United. So they've just got to, Newcastle defenders just have to do their game. I mean, obviously, I'd mentioned earlier, I think Joe Linton does that thankful that task, which it's kind of unseen, but he does track back awfully well and just get the little foot on the ball and breaks play up. So does Longstaff to a certain extent. Guimaraes, I mean, sometimes you see him as well and he make a sliding tackle and he's jumping up as though he scored a goal. So it just goes to show as well, every single player out there works really hard for the team, which helps the defence. But as I said, look, when you're playing big games, you're playing against good players, and that's as simple as that, and you either deal with it or you don't.
And Newcastle and Eddie Howe will of course have a plan for all of Manchester United's dangerous players as they perceive them. As you mentioned, Razor, Eddie Howe was out doing his TV interview ahead of the game. I'm sure that was something that he probably wasn't that keen on doing, but it's part of, I think, the contractual obligations that he has to go and do that. You were closer to him down by the pitch than we are up here. What was his demeanour like?
I think you're right. If he didn't have to do it contractually, he probably wouldn't want to be there because he'd want to be in the changing room with his players, which is where he is now. It's only the goalkeepers warming up for Newcastle at the moment. We're expecting the outfield players, starting 11 and substitutes in the next few minutes. He looked calm, relaxed, he was smiling. He doesn't like to talk about what it means for him. He never tries to put himself at the centre of anything that Newcastle are doing, good or bad. He'll always talk about the work that others have done to get them into this sort of position, and I don't really think he's comfortable necessarily with all the limelight, but he knows there'll be a lot of focus and attention on him today. It's his first time managing in a cup final. So it's a huge occasion in his coaching and managerial career that began when he was very young, not long after finishing playing right at the bottom of the Football League when he saved Bournemouth possibly from extinction. He has been on the touchline at Wembley before, Pryde, when Bournemouth played here in the Premier League against Spurs during their 2 years hosting home matches at Wembley while their new stadium was being built. And he is a Wembley winner, but at the old Wembley as a player. So he has played in a match here, Eddie Howe, at Wembley for Bournemouth during his playing career, the Football League trophy final in the late 90s. So he has some experience of this stadium, but this will be new for him and for a lot of his staff. But he'll have Graham Jones alongside him, who you may remember was part of England's coaching team during Euro 2020. So he has some Wembley big game experience from the sidelines, and I'm sure he'll be passing on to the rest of the backroom staff.
Do send any messages ahead of the game or during the game to us on the usual numbers. So on WhatsApp 08000 321 333, starting your message BBC, or text 81333, again beginning your message with the letters BBC. We will take calls after the match, whatever the outcome as well. We'd love to hear from you. The phone number is 0800 234 6565. Total Sport will be on air tomorrow evening as well. Plenty of reaction to whatever happens this afternoon. Colin White with Ando and Marco tomorrow from 6, and Matt Bailey will be live from London tomorrow. He's staying down tonight with reaction to tonight's game as well. Matt's just been on Wembley Way. He is now, I imagine, in the ground as well, ready to see what unfolds here this afternoon. You will hear from Eddie Howe before kick-off. We've been talking about Manchester United's Marcus Rashford this afternoon because he does play. The man most likely to have to look after him if Rashford plays on the left-hand side is Kieran Trippier, the Newcastle United right back, who is also the skipper this afternoon. Jamal Lascelles is on the bench, but Kieran Trippier has the captain's armband, and so he will have a very proud moment when he leads his team out. And he's played here before in FA Cup semi-finals and of course in the final of the Euros 2 years ago. He's won La Liga with Atletico Madrid. He's played in the Champions League final for Spurs as well. So I wondered when I spoke to him, where does today rank in his list of big games?
Yeah, I think it certainly ranks up there because of the whole journey of when I got here. You know, those question marks, of course, was fighting a relegation, and fast forward a year, we're in a cup final. So I think it's certainly up there. But it's a great achievement from everybody, but we've not achieved anything yet. We want to go there to win, of course. It's a major cup final against a fantastic team, but you know, it's certainly up there.
Knowing how long it is since Newcastle have won a major trophy, what does that mean to you as players? Can you utilise that? Does that add additional pressure, or is it something that just motivates you?
Not pressure for me personally, and I think I can speak on behalf of all the lads as well. I don't think pressure, nobody's feeling it. I think it's more excitement. I think you look at the club, how big the club is, and for so long they've not won a trophy. And for us players, we just want to give excitement, we want to bring joy back to the city, the fans, and they've got that, you know. They can travel to London with their heads held high, going to a major final, watching the team. So again, like I said before, we just want to perform well, give a good account of ourselves, and give the fans something to be proud of.
You do realise how nuts the place will go if you do win, don't you?
Yeah, you know, I've got all the Geordie boys here, you know, Dummy, Gillespie, Bernie, Longy, so they remind us of how much it means, and it's important to have those players in the squad and actually playing in the final as well, because they know what it means to the supporters, because they're fans themselves. So they certainly let the boys know what it would mean to win a trophy here. But you know, we can't think too far ahead. We need to go there and try and win the trophy.
It means a lot to the fans. It will mean a lot to you as players too, of course. I mean, I would imagine, just going back a couple of years, I would imagine that squad in Madrid, you'll probably meet up again in 5 years, 10 years. You'll always go back there. You'll always get a great reception, and you'll be always remembered by the fans of Atletico. And similarly, if you win a trophy for Newcastle, well, that's it. You'll never have to buy a drink in this city again. There'll be reunions with these players. You'll always be in touch with them. So it's something really huge beyond just the day itself, isn't it?
No, of course it is. You know, you look at the the history that we can make at this club, how proud we can make everybody in the city by winning a major cup. It's massive, of course it is. And me certainly coming here, I've always said I wanted to create history. I want to help the club reach fighting for all the trophies, not just the Carabao Cup. It's every trophy, the Premier League, fighting in the Champions League. If I'm not here and they're doing that, I'll be absolutely delighted that I've managed to help along the way. So the most important thing is, it goes beyond, like you said. And for the future, it's looking bright for Newcastle. So, but we can't look too far ahead of the next game. That's how my thought process is, the next game. So we'll be prepared for the final, and hopefully we can give a good account of ourselves.
Kieran Trippier, he'll be Newcastle's skipper this afternoon. He'll be preparing right now to lead the team out of the tunnel just in front of us here at Wembley. John Anderson, Kieran Trippier has impressed many people since he joined Newcastle just over a year ago. He plays in your position. What have you made of the contribution that he's made, perhaps not just as a player but also as a character and indeed a captain?
Yeah, look, he's a fine footballer. He's a quality player. Makes the right decisions, doesn't get flustered, uses the ball really, really well. And off the pitch you can see that he's got a big influence as well. But when you watch him on the pitch, his influence on other people around him, he pulls people into position. He's always talking, he's always giving instructions. He's been a major signing for the football club. He was the first one to come in, and you thought, and he's been, since arriving from Atletico Madrid, he's been absolutely first class.
Something, Steve, that struck me about Kieran Trippier. Actually, I'll break off just for a second. You can hear a cheer from the Newcastle fans away to my right, and that, Razor, is because the players have just emerged from the tunnel.
Newcastle's players are taking to the Wembley pitch, led out by Kieran Trippier to begin their warm-up, and the black and white flags are on display, and the coaching staff and the players have all turned to the Newcastle supporters to applaud. The Manchester United end, Pryde, is, I think, not even half full. The Newcastle section is about 3/4 full. We talked before the match, didn't we, about how Wembley Way was almost entirely exclusively black and white. Wembley Stadium now is more black and white than Manchester United red. They've got in early to soak up the atmosphere. So the players are out, they're starting their warm-up for the game. A little earlier I said that Eddie Howe won here at Wembley with Bournemouth in the Football League trophy. A correction, they actually lost the final. I upgraded him to a winner. Hopefully that will happen today, and he'll be picking up a winner's medal in a couple of hours' time. But the teams are out. Newcastle are starting their warm-up. Manchester United will be out soon, so listen out for the boos from the Newcastle fans near us when they emerge from the tunnel.
Thank you, Rays. When the players came out, obviously, Steve, they got a massive reception there. Does that make a bit of a difference as well? Razor pointed out that still the Manchester United end is much more sparsely populated than the Newcastle end. The Manchester United players will come out shortly and they will see that. They'll get booed by the Newcastle fans. And right on cue, here come the Manchester United players. Does that make a difference to the players, whether you're a Manchester United player experiencing this booing now and seeing that in your end, there are only a few there, and similarly from a Newcastle point of view, does that give you a bit of a buzz, a bit of a boost, and makes you think our fans are on top of this, our fans are winning the battle so far, and that just gives you that little bit of extra edge?
Do you know what? I actually think it does, because you're coming out and you see, well, it's not packed yet, but it's getting there. Whereas you look the other side, and yes, there's a few Manchester United fans in, but nowhere near as many as what the Newcastle ones are. So, the roar that you get off them when you first come out, it makes you feel at home straight away. Settles you down. It gives you that kind of tingle in the back of your neck. The hairs kind of stand on end. But it's like a comforting kind of sensation, if you want, whilst you are getting goosebumps. But yeah, I think it slightly does. They might, Man United players, be coming out and be thinking, well, where's our fans? The Newcastle lads, they're all, well, not all here, but they're nearly all there. They'll be a little bit disappointed that the other ones are maybe taking it a little bit blasé by not being in.
I was going to ask you as well before the players came out about Kieran Trippier, and the fact that he just seems to me to ooze confidence. He's a very confident person generally, it feels to me, and when your skipper is like that and has that demeanour, that will transmit to other players as well. He seems to be the perfect captain to me.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you will see him in times in the game. He'll be telling people to calm down. He'll be telling people to ramp it up. But he's been there, seen it, done it, got the T-shirt. You know, he's played for Tottenham on big occasions, played for England on big occasions. Obviously went to Atletico, played in big games, big occasions, won the league. And I think it was a big sort of coup, if I'm being honest, for Newcastle to get him. But he was the first one, and the first of many, a few that came, because straight away a signing like him does make other professionals go, oh, right, okay. And it kind of makes you, oh, there must be something happening there, because you don't go, a big player like that doesn't go to a club like Newcastle if all of a sudden that player feels as though there's going to be something special happening. So he was the first one. We've got 2 or 3 of the players coming in, probably a few more, spend a few pounds, but it just seems, hopefully, this could be the start of being here many times.
How are you two feeling now? 35 minutes to kick off.
I'm fine.
Are you really?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm grand.
Quietly confident, a little bit nervous inside, excited nervous?
But look, as I said to you earlier, I said it a couple of times, we've played every team in the Premier League this season. Nobody has really got on top of us and given us a hiding. We've gone toe-to-toe with them all. And I don't see any reason why today shouldn't be any different. As I said earlier, you know, the twice that we were here in the 90s in cup finals, they were exceptional sides that we played, and I don't put this Manchester United side in the same category as those two teams.
Callum Wilson plays for Newcastle United this afternoon. Alan Saint-Maximin will be wide left. Joe Willock is on the bench. Callum Wilson could join Jackie Milburn and Rob Lee. He could become only the 3rd Newcastle United player this afternoon to have done what?
Scoring a goal final, yeah.
Well, because others have scored in
Wembley.
finals at Wembley, but also others have done that as well. But they have done something else at Wembley.
Scored in the debut for England?
No, it was scored for England at Wembley and scored for Newcastle at Wembley.
Right.
So Rob Lee's done that before. Jackie Milburn's done that before. Callum Wilson has scored for England here before. So can he do it this afternoon for Newcastle United? He's their most likely goal scorer. Perhaps hasn't been firing on all cylinders of late, but maybe this afternoon will be his afternoon. So kick-off then is little over half an hour away. So I'm going to let Razor, Ando and Steve, who are all standing by, take you to our 4:30 kick-off time. Before they do though, well, let's build up the mood just a little bit more. You'll have heard this many times on BBC Radio Newcastle over the last few days, but we make no apologies whatsoever for playing it again. If you have the dreamer's disease, well, you'll enjoy being reminded of just how the Magpies reached today's final.
So here we go then, Newcastle United away to Tranmere Rovers of League Two as they start their journey in this season's League Cup. 1955, the last time they won a major domestic trophy. Could this be their year?
Floated to the back of the box, Lascelles with a header, blocked on the line, and then followed up by the skipper, who gets Newcastle level.
Trippier in swinger, headed in!
Oh, yeah. And it's Chris Wood who has scored the goal. It's Tranmere Rovers 1, Newcastle United 2. Palace lined up and ready to kick us underway. As Newcastle hopefully continue their unbeaten run and get into the next round of the League Cup. Finished 0-0. Bruno could be Newcastle's match winner in the penalty shootout. Here he is. It's over the top. Dear, oh dear. He's put it over the bar. Pope with outstretched arms, touching the crossbar. Save! And Newcastle United win. Pope, the
Newcastle United are back for a place in the quarter-finals of the League Cup. Header off the defender, it's an own goal from a Bournemouth defender, and they are through, Newcastle United, to the quarter-finals of the League Cup. Quarter-finals of the League Cup. Stanya plays it against Willock, who wins it back, and Joelinton and Byrne in the area. Dan Burn! Oh! Dan Byrne's first Newcastle United goal, and it's a huge goal to put them in front in the Cup quarter-final. What a moment for the boy from Blythe. Can't forget, we only get what we give. Newcastle United have reached a semi-final. Isak takes it, breaks into the area and rolls across and turned in, and this time it's into the net from Joelinton. Full-time whistle blown. They've won the first leg, Newcastle, by a 1-0. Tonight, a place at Wembley is the prize. It's the last step on the path to the League Cup final. Into the area, cuts inside, Longstaff touch, and hit, and goal from Sean Longstaff. Just outside the area, Willock through for Almiron, the cutback, here's a chance for number 2, and Sean Longstaff has got his and Newcastle's second, and it's turning into a dream night at St James's Park.
I'm down to get me street a mess out of. You only get what you give. Health insurance with our flying, FDA, big bankers buying, fake computer crashes, dining club.
Well, that's how they got here. Newcastle United to the League Cup final at Wembley, and their road to this stadium, and only a second League Cup final in their history, soundtracked to the New Radicals. And if you are old enough to remember Newcastle's last Wembley Cup final back in 1999, that song will be significant to you, because there was a highlights piece on commercial radio at the time of their goals that took them into the FA Cup final then, with the New Radicals as the soundtrack, with the iconic commentary from Mick Lowes. And we on the BBC Radio Newcastle Breakfast Show were asked by a lot of our listeners to produce an updated 2023 version, but only right that we nod to the originality of the first one back in the Sir Bobby Robson era. And that's how long it's been since Newcastle were here at Wembley. There will be a generation, maybe two, of supporters who've never seen this, who've never felt this before. It's edging closer. We are now less than half an hour away from kick-off, and Newcastle United, with most of their 32,000 supporters inside the ground already, soaking up the atmosphere, getting set, getting themselves mentally prepared, while still away to our left at Wembley, thousands upon thousands of empty seats in the Manchester United section. There are plenty who have missed out, and if that's you and you're listening to us on BBC Radio Newcastle, thank you for choosing to follow the League Cup final here We'll have the whole 90 minutes live. John Anderson with us as always, and we'll be hearing from Steve Howie throughout the 90 minutes and at half-time and after the game as well. The team then is probably what we expected, with Loris Karius coming in for what is his first Newcastle appearance, save for the friendly in Saudi Arabia on the 8th of December when he got 45 minutes, and it's actually 2 days short of 2 years since Karius, the 29-year-old German, played a game of competitive football, and that was for Union Berlin against Hoffenheim behind closed doors, not with nearly 90,000 fans screaming. But he is the keeper, and then the back four: Kieran Trippier with the captain's armband, Fabian Schär, Sven Botman, a player who was let go by Manchester United boss Erik ten Hag from Ajax a few years ago, and Dan Burn at left back, with a midfield three that sees the returning Bruno Guimaraes in the centre, Sean Longstaff to the right, and Joe Linton back in the middle of midfield on the left, with Alan Saint-Maximin starting wide left. Fourth start in a row after a long spell out of the team for the 25-year-old Frenchman, who could well be the man for the big occasion today. Miguel Almiron on the right and Callum Wilson through the middle. And they have on the bench Newcastle Mark Gillespie, the goalkeeper. He has plenty of experience, nearly 300 career games in the Football League, a spell in the Scottish Premiership with Motherwell, but only 3 Newcastle appearances, all in this competition, but behind closed doors a couple of years ago when Steve Bruce was the manager. Jamal Lascelles, the club captain, Matt Ritchie, Matt Targett back from injury, Alexander Isak, Javier Manquillo, Jacob Murphy, Joe Willock, who is fit enough for a place on the bench, and Elliot Anderson are the Newcastle United replacements. Let's get a word on the team before we take a look at Manchester United from Steve Howie. But firstly, John Anderson, again, we are not surprised by the team Eddie Howe has picked. He doesn't normally surprise us, and that is the case again today. It feels like a trusted and safe set of choices, apart from the goalkeeper, which was enforced.
Yeah, I mean, he had no choice. He had to play Karius or Gillespie. We always felt that he would go with Karius because of his experience. The rest of the team virtually picked itself. As you say, he very rarely surprises us. The only one question mark was whether Willock was going to be fit. I never thought he was really going to be fit. He's obviously fit enough just to take his place on the bench. But Guimaraes was always going to come back into the middle of midfield. Back four picked itself, and I always thought that Wilson would get the nod over Isak up top. You know, some people were saying, "Oh, we'll play the both of them." I didn't see that either. You know, it's a tried and trusted formation that he's stuck with. That's worked really well for him this season. So there's no surprises in that side whatsoever, to be quite honest, Reza.
And Steve Howie, when you look at the Newcastle bench, the options if they want to change it, well, Willock, who has the question marks against his fitness, it's primarily Isak, isn't it, that is a game-changing option from an attacking sense. They can't have Anthony Gordon in the squad today. He is cup-tied, having played for Everton in an earlier round.
Yeah, Isak's the one that, if the manager needs to bring a player on, he's the one that he'll be looking at. Of course, you've got Elliot Anderson as well, who could pose a threat. And of course, as you said, obviously with Willock, we don't know how bad his hamstring is. Said he must be okay to be on the bench, but as Ando sort of said earlier in when it's come on air, hamstrings are really funny, really tricky things. You know, if they're not 100% right, you might think, well, I tell you what, I'll give it a go, and that could be the worst thing, because yes, you want to play, but at the same time, you don't want to be out, which could be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks with a really bad hamstring, possibly longer. But yeah, he's obviously got options, the manager, but hopefully he doesn't need them.
Manchester United's Marcus Rashford was allegedly a doubt for the match, but I don't think any of us were buying that, were we? And Rashford, who is their top scorer with a whopping 24 goals already this season, starts in attack for Erik ten Hag's team. They've made A couple of changes. Anthony is in for Jadon Sancho on the right-hand side, and Diogo Dalot has replaced Aaron Wan-Bissaka. So Manchester United, David De Gea in goal, Diogo Dalot, Rafael Varane, Lisandro Martinez and Luke Shaw, with Fred and Casemiro in the centre of midfield. And then Anthony, Bruno Fernandes, Marcus Rashford and Wout Weghorst on loan from Burnley. And his only Manchester United goal so far was in the semi-final first leg at Nottingham Forest. Their bench is Tom Heaton, Victor Lindelof, Harry Maguire, Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Tyrell Malacia, Scott McTominay, a player linked to Newcastle in January, Marcel Sabitzer, an Austrian midfielder on loan from Bayern Munich, Alejandro Garnacho and Jadon Sancho. And Newcastle, by the way, is 3 changes. Karius for Pope, Bruno for Anderson and Wilson for Isak. It's BBC Radio Newcastle live at Wembley ahead of Newcastle United's first cup final in almost a quarter of a century. We've been live on Wembley Way since midday, soaking up the atmosphere, speaking to black and whites on their way in. Quite a few of them without tickets, but they've just travelled down because they want to be in London, they want to be around Wembley just to experience this in whatever way they can. And Newcastle continue their pre-match warm-up, and there is another display produced by War Flags. There are black and white foil flags on all of the seats in the Newcastle sections, and some of the larger individual flags in the colours of some famous kits from down the years are being held up at the very front of the end behind the goal to the right. And we are only a few rows back from the end of the Newcastle section in the lower tier here at Wembley. So I think we are well placed to pick up the atmosphere created by the 32,000 strong travelling Toon Army. Let's hear from Eddie Howe, the manager who saved them from relegation last season, has taken them to the top end of the Premier League and brought them to a cup final. And Simon Pryde asked Howe if Newcastle's successful season so far has altered the way that the fans look at their games.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think definitely the expectation placed upon us and the team has changed dramatically over the last few months. I always look at that as a positive, because to be talked about in those areas means that you're doing well, or you have done well. So we have to adapt and deal with those pressures. Sometimes I'd say it's not easy for, most importantly, the players, not for me, but the players who enter the pitch. All I ever want is that them to play in a really good environment and a positive environment. And sometimes when the expectations maybe reach a level that's maybe too high and we can't reach those, that's the area where we just need to make sure that the environment's always a positive one for these players, because they've given their all for the team, and I don't think they've let the team down once.
And your squad is full of characters, isn't it? We've been talking to a few of the players today, and that is something which is immensely important, I imagine, on an occasion of this kind of magnitude.
Yeah, I think we've got a squad with really good characters within it, really good experiences. We've got a nice balance actually now between that experience and some youth as well. So, no, I don't doubt us mentally in terms of having the ability to play in big games. You know, the players dealt with the semi-final brilliantly against Southampton, 2 really massive games, and especially dealing with the home game in the second leg. I thought we dealt with that really well, so hopefully that's good preparation for what's to come.
Ultimately it comes down to one football match. Does that mean that you just prepare like any other match, or is the fact that it obviously is different for many reasons, does that mean that you do have to treat it differently in the way that you prepare?
I think there'll be some differences, of course. I think psychologically we have to pitch it right to the players in terms of our messages to them this week. I think the actual preparation tactically and technically can't change. I think we have to make sure the players are calm and relaxed and are doing things that they know what's expected of them. I think that's really important when you go into the game, that they're playing a normal match. While there might be some tactical tweaks, we're not deviating from our normal plan. But psychologically, certainly we have to pitch that right to them.
I know you're obviously very focused in the job that you do, that's apparent. Have you thought about what you're going to feel like, what your emotions are going to be when you're walking out at Wembley on Sunday?
No, I haven't really transported myself forward to that moment. I think that'll be a spontaneous reaction. I'm sure I feel a lot of mixed emotions, a lot of pride, a lot of nervous energy in there as well, I'm sure, and hoping that we deliver a good display.
And finally, I know people often say when you came to the club nobody could have predicted this. Actually, at the start of the season we all sat in the studio, did our predictions on the radio show. Razor, he predicted that Newcastle would win the League Cup this season, you know.
Oh, good old Razor. That is that's nice, and he's been a brilliant guy for me to talk to every week, and my respect for him has now gone up to another level.
And that's Newcastle United head coach Eddie Howe speaking to Simon Pryde at the club's media day ahead of the cup final. We'll see whether predictions of their potential League Cup success turn out to be correct in a couple of hours. At the moment, Wembley is just paying tribute to John Motson, the legendary football commentator whose death was announced a couple of days ago. John Motson's image is being shown on the two giant screens at either end of Wembley Stadium, and supporters of Newcastle United and Manchester United are joining in with applause, remembering the great John Motson. Just while we were listening to Eddie Howe, they got out the black and white foil flags. Local hero, part of it was played. They were given a very small slot, Newcastle, for something club specific in the build-up, a couple of minutes, and they chose to have local hero, so part of that was played and they got the flags out. Manchester United have asked for a video to be played, so that will be coming up, I think, for their supporters. Still a lot of empty seats in the Manchester United sections, particularly the third and upper tier of Wembley. But Steve and Ando, when local hero was blasting out and the black and white flags were up, Wembley looked like it has never looked before. It was incredible, wasn't it? Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it's they know how to do it, that's for sure. They've done it all season at St James's, and what they did was spectacular compared to the other end away to our left-hand side. Manchester United supporters very, very quiet. Newcastle supporters, as you would expect, really vocal. You can hear them. It's a great day out for them. You just hope that they're rewarded at the end of it.
Steve, a lot of the players obviously wouldn't have been there to see that because their warm-ups have been completed, but it has helped them, hasn't it? The displays in the crowd in earlier rounds in the Cup. Leicester was notable in the quarter-final. They did the same for Southampton in the semi-final second leg. And what we saw there, those are images and memories that will last a lifetime as part of this experience today. A wonderful display there with 10-15 minutes to go to kick-off.
Yeah, I actually caught it on camera, which is brilliant, and I put it on social media and it was just so different. There's one side of the ground where the Newcastle fans are doing that, and then you look at the Man United fans, and you look in and it's quite busy, but you just see this the seats in that top tier, but it's just packed out from Newcastle fans, kind of showing everybody around the world, because this is getting beamed all around the world, how passionate and how brilliant they are, and the flags look amazing.
BBC Radio Newcastle, we bring you every Newcastle match exclusively live, and here we are at Wembley, just getting ready, waiting for the two teams to join us and to arrive. The referee's bell to get the players ready in the tunnel will go in 3 minutes. Right now we are watching a display conducted by members of the armed forces in either half of the pitch, unfurling giant banner. They've started with Manchester United with the club crest and the images of some of their players. There is League Cup green and white sponsors branding next to the pitch, and The image of the League Cup in the centre circle as now a giant roar greets the Newcastle banner, which is almost the length of their half of the pitch. And they've got Wilson, Almiron, Byrne, Botman, Trippier and Longstaff around the Newcastle club crest. Another wonderful sight. These are all part of the spectacle, these moments, these displays, aren't they, of a cup final. And the game is the important thing, but touching on what we said earlier, Ando, these are the moments that Newcastle supporters for a generation or two haven't been able to enjoy, and they've seen the top teams that win regularly experience this all the time. They've seen teams, smaller clubs, get to Wembley, get to finals, have their moment. Today is their moment to take all these things like this in.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a spectacle, yeah, there's no doubt about it, but let's not forget that you're here to win a football match. You're here to win a trophy. It's no good saying, oh, I was there and I seen this and seen that. You know, a lot of people were here in 98, 99 and left disappointed because, yes, it was a great spectacle, supporters were wonderful, but we left empty-handed. It's all about, at the end of 90 minutes, 120 minutes, whatever it may be, Kieran Trippier or whoever it may be lifting the League Cup. You know, you want to take that bit of silverware back to Tyneside. You know, you want to show that we were there the day that we actually won silverware in such a long time. This is a spectacle. Of course it is. The build up to it it's wonderful. It's all part of the show. You know, we've got girls on the pitch now with playing fiddles and you know all that, but players can't get involved in that sort of stuff. I mean, as I said, it's a great spectacle, but it's all about winning the football match.
The black and white flags are out again. Half of Wembley is looking beautiful, and the other half, there is a response from the Manchester United supporters. They brought scarves. There are some scarves in the Newcastle section in the middle tier of Wembley, and they're both trying to outdo each other, but we know which half of Wembley Stadium is winning, and it's the Newcastle United half. They've got the west end of the stadium. Both teams allocated just over 32,000 fans. In total, it is 75% of the capacity, and then the rest goes to sponsors, hospitality, and the competition organises the English Football League. It is just a shame that more couldn't be here, couldn't get down here and get in to Wembley Stadium. A small section has been taken out for segregation. The teams will be with us very shortly. Don't go anywhere. You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle. They will be greeted by a presentation party, and then with 5 minutes to go to kick off, the national anthem will be played ahead of the coin toss with the two captains and the referee today, Nottinghamshire official David Coote. His last Newcastle match was a controversial defeat away at Chelsea in March last season. He did Manchester United's home win over Aston Villa in the third round of this season's League Cup. VAR is Peter Banks. He has the responsibility of video technology, and hopefully there will be no controversy at Wembley today. The Bruno in the middle chant gets another airing. They've been in great voice all day, all morning, the Newcastle supporters, and now their team, their players line up in the tunnel to the right of Manchester United. Loris Karius, big smile, a joke with Dan Byrne. Kieran Trippier at the front of the line, ready to take to the Wembley turf, somewhere Trippier has played regularly. He was at Spurs when they used this as a home stadium. He has England experience here, and now with Eddie Howe, the Newcastle United head coach, they emerge from the tunnel down to our left. And Wembley gets ready. Newcastle United get ready to go for silverware. Howe, just surveying the scene, looks to his right at the black and white flags and then turns to his left, and they walk behind the red carpet. There will be an EFL presentation party that will greet them. The two teams stand either side of the set of officials underneath a League Cup sponsors board across the halfway line. And they're going to have sore arms, these Newcastle fans, because the flags are still flying. Manchester United have a banner at the other end being passed along the lower section. This is also notable, this League Cup final, because it's the first one in about 35 years that will see some supporters stand at either end. And there is a section at the back of the lower tier of Wembley, in the middle, where there are about 800 or so rail seats, which enable supporters to stand, but they also have the option of sitting down. Safe standing in use at the League Cup final here at Wembley between Newcastle United and Manchester United. We are 5 minutes away from kick-off, and the national anthem will be played in just a moment. It's brilliant, Ando, isn't it?
It's a great spectacle, there's no doubt about it. It's a wonderful sight, and this is the part that players hate, you know. All these people walking along the line, shaking hands with them. Basically, they're out there, the adrenaline is running, they just want to get on with it. They just want to get out on the pitch, have a first touch of the ball and get the game started. But you've got to go through all the procedures, and it's got to be done, unfortunately.
You'd go along with that, Steve Howe. You've been in this position in an FA Cup final.
Yeah, sometimes you don't even know who they are.
Yeah.
Being brutally honest, you're like, really? And then, as Ando says, you're just like, hurry up, get going. So you just crack on and get on with what you want to do to get yourself ready for the game. But it's just in touching distance now. Not quite there yet, but not far off.
We're moments away on BBC Radio Newcastle. And now supporters are being asked to stand and join in with the national anthem. Now we can get ready for the game. The players of Manchester United are walking along the line, shaking hands with the officials, and now Newcastle United. The assistant referees today, Nick Hopton on the near side, Tim Wood on the far side. Simon Hooper is the fourth official, and a reminder, David Coote, his first League Cup final, is today's referee. High fives and handshakes between the two players, and Eddie Howe and Eric Ten Hag, the Dutchman, in his first season at Manchester United. A lot of their supporters and followers have been talking about a Manchester United trophy drought. They haven't lifted any silverware for 6 years, since 2017, when they won the Community Shield, if you're counting that, the League Cup and the Europa League. Not bad, is it? Waiting 6 years for a trophy. Try going 68 years since your last domestic trophy, and 54 years since the Fairs Cup, and then almost a quarter of a century since the last final. There is a picture being taken pitch side, the two teams mixed together with the mascots behind a message: football stands together, in the colours of the Ukrainian flag, showing their solidarity with the people of Ukraine. And a black and white scarf explosion, and another brilliant show in the Newcastle end as the training tops come off and are dropped pitch side, and the players run off into the Magpies half of the pitch and get themselves ready. Loris Karius wearing what is described as aqua blue, but it looks more green, and there he is with his blonde ponytail, his top knot, wearing dark gloves and white boots. Newcastle's outfield players, as they should be, black and white stripes, black shorts, and significantly, in the opinion of some supporters who are superstitious, black socks.